How's that? There we go. I have been doing a lot of recording, so it's kind of back and forth with the sources that I have been using. For some reason, the chat overlay is also not up to date. It's a mess. Look, I can hear the game, not you. Here we go. It's, what's happening, everybody? What is happening? Great to see everyone here. Let me see here. Oh, dude, it's been a few days. It's been a crazy few days. I've played a lot. I have not gotten a lot of sleep. So I apologize if it feels like it's a little bit of everywhere. But it's good to see everyone. Agent, Lewis, Eric, Atharva, Agent X, Sean, what is happening? Man. That's still not, Well, I guess chat is, for some reason, it's not updating with this, so we'll just do it without the chat today. I got my chat window up. We are good. I'll sell you 100% before I could. May have a cry about it. No, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that big a deal. If anything, if you get stuck anywhere, then I'll give you a hand. Can't stay for long, play till 8 p.m. due to work, and you don't want spoilers? No, that's totally understandable. I get it. We're probably not even going to push all that far into the story today, because what I really want to do is we are going to, get through, but I really want to take everything in. We're probably going to be watching all of the dialogue, all the cutscenes and stuff, so it's going to be slow at the start, but here's the other partial problem that I'm facing right now. This is still the press review version that I got for free. I have my collector's edition coming today. And that's going to be a totally different file. It's not like it doesn't just get stacked onto the one that I have now, because technically, this version, the press review version, they have Denuvo in it, which will not be on any of the games going out. The reason they did that is because, when we got approved to do the press version, they had to, have a way to keep track, so I couldn't just give the code away. But yeah, so the regular editions, none of those have Denuvo, and with the collector's edition, it's also the gold. So yeah, we're probably not going to push that far into the story today. I might just even explore a little bit, because I'm going to need to basically download it again sometime this afternoon when the collector's edition gets here. I might do an unboxing video. I think that would be kind of fun, because I've seen the pictures of what comes in it, but I'm genuinely excited to get hold of it. Should have called out sick today, dang it. Yeah, I know, right? It's kind of weird that the game releases on a Tuesday, no? Most times it's like on a Friday or something, but I guess I haven't been this hyped for a game release in a while, so maybe it's been happening for a while, but yeah. Ugh. Okay. Message you on disc. Okay, sounds good. Man, my computer can't run the game. Really? I mean, I'll be honest. I do have a 14900K and a 4090, but I was able to run it on everything ultra. So, if we actually look right here, chat box. If we actually look, this is the way I've been running it so far. So 4K, full screen, 240 FPS. I can go ahead and, I guess, turn FPS off. And I do have DLSS on in quality mode. And then everything else is set to ultra. That includes like shadows, textures, vegetation, character detail, and I really did not see anything drop too far below like 60 FPS. So I think even like a potato PC would probably be able to like eke something out at like 1080p and some like low to medium settings. Yeah, I think it should be fine. My clock. So my power went out like 2 days ago for like a second. So yeah, no, I know. It's the time is not right on it, and I did realize that yesterday, but I kind of said screw it. Now we can just mess with people. I can tell everyone that this is actually set in the future. Turn DLSS off to show true performance. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can. I like having it be smooth. I'd be curious. I'm gonna do this as just so I'm just gonna load a random ass save that's in Gutenberg. It's not really gonna have any spoilers. I just want to see what it'll do. Try to load in all the assets without DLSS. Which, if I had to guess, it's probably gonna be somewhere around like 60. If I had to guess, without frame generation. Because I was averaging right around 120, so if you figure with DLSS and quality generates an extra frame per frame that's rendered, it's going to be somewhere around there. Show FPS. Yep, exactly what I said. Right around 60. Drops down to 59, but I mean that's kind of why. That's why we have DLSS. It just helps smooth everything out. I never saw any issues whatsoever with running DLSS and quality. Quality, confirm, yes.
What a view!
Yeah, the photo mode is pretty cool. All right. Can you turn the FPS counter on? Yes. Yeah, it is extremely stable. Like I think that was the most shocking thing to me is, I'll be honest, is the stability that was there, because there is times, even when I was running the first game with this new setup that I have, Agent X, yeah, install's done. All right, hey, have fun, man, have fun. It is a freaking blast, so I don't blame you whatsoever. Yes, Aussie Dog, the VOD will be available later. Yes, yes. Overtime Gooner there. That usually. Well, I was trying not to give away Gutenberg. This is day one. I know people are trying to play and everything, and Gutenberg is something special. So, but the thing is, in a small room looking down, it usually does raise FPS. You're right, but if I was to go outside, all the people are loaded, if that makes sense. So everyone around you is loaded, even when they're in a different room. So, that's probably more of like a CPU thing, but. Anyways, Azor, thanks for subscribing, man. Gonna bounce, have fun. All right, Lewis. Yes, thank you for stopping in, and I hope you have fun when you play. I hope you have fun when you play. All right, guys. Let's do this. Oh, there we go. Play line number 2. This is gonna be the number 3 playthrough for me already. All right, we're gonna soak it all in. Trust me, it's a ride.
Where's your weapon? To the battlements! Move! Father!
Will you come to anoint us before we die?
We'll get anointed after the battles are hands. With booze. Get ready! Prepare to shoot! Position! Take cover!
Awakening, eh? Make it count.
Time to go to work as everyone's favorite drunk priest, Mr. Godwin. Let's make it happen. Why is there a battle? This is how the game starts. This is the start of the game. Ready? Ready? Take that guy out. Now, the one weird thing with crossbows that I've noticed, if you aim up like that, it's a little bit like going for headshots. You almost have to aim like towards their like junk, their genitals, and that'll generally hit at about the head. I found myself aiming a little too high, and it goes right above their heads, but right at about their junk area. Should hit about center chest or head, and you should be good. Now, obviously, those guys are all kind of slotted to die. When you actually use crossbows, they're not that powerful. At least not these. These are like the hunting crossbows. So they're not really gonna one-hit just about anyone, really. Let's take out that commander. Oh, shit, he moved. Wrong head. Aim for the bottom head so you can hit the top head. Can't stay. Want to be surprised? I don't blame you, Jess. Well, thank you for stopping in anyway. Woo! Got him.
Get ready for another attack! This won't stop them! Burn, fuckers! Don't wait! That's it! Draw your sword and follow me!
So that's that new look button right there. Then you've got your belt down below where you can have a bunch of different loadouts. I found that it doesn't work as well on controllers. Maybe it does on mouse and keyboard. Just because mouse and keyboard, it's a single press, whereas on controllers, there's not really much they can do about it, unfortunately. Amused, thank you so much for subscribing. Come on, Dry Devil. Get his ass. So these can only be knocked down with a polearm. So that's why we had to equip a polearm, ladders. And then that should do it. And that is our little prequel flash forward, I guess you could say, of what is to come in a few weeks. Capes. I mean, there are some like top clothes, and yes, there are a lot of cloth physics. I'll say that.
I've been hit. Like, don't poke at it. Just calm down.
Well, you're right. It's the prologue, but it's in the future. So is that still a prologue?
Jesus.
Because it's a flash forward, but I guess it does take place before.
I'm only supposed to deliver a message to Trosky. And the most adventure I was expecting was a fuck or two.
Michael McGregor. I'll turn up the game a little bit. How's that? Sorry, I know it's going to go mute for a second. See if that's any better. Hans got poked.
AUDENTAS FORTUNA IUVANT!
And Father Godwin.
What's that you keep yelling, Sir Hans?
Good gracious, Henry, you don't mean to tell me you don't know Latin?
My apologies, Your Grace. Unfortunately, I was too busy shoveling shit and picking turnips to find time for studying Latin.
We shall have to rectify that. I can't have an ignoramus for a personal bodyguard.
Anyway, this Audens, whatever. What does that actually mean?
AUDENTAS FORTUNA IUVANT. Fortune favors the brave.
I don't doubt it. All we have to do is deliver a letter to Lord Otto von Bergov and ride back again. Doesn't take much bravery.
Christ, Henry, don't be such a stick in the mud. Aren't you glad to be finally out of that hellhole where we can finally enjoy some adventure? See a bit of the world. Meet new women. And simply have some fun.
Sure, but you promised
That does
Hamish
sound
that
good.
you'd be as good as gold, and I'm personally responsible for your safety. Besides, Trosky's in the middle of nowhere, so I wouldn't expect much excitement there.
God help me. My bodyguard's a monk who can't speak Latin.
Sir. Trosky.
Gorgeous.
My word. That is fucking impressive. It makes Perkstein look like an outhouse. Berghoff must be made of money.
Gorgeous. Everything. They did such a phenomenal job with this.
Well, Henry,
Honestly.
looking forward to new adventures?
Look how this
Adventures
looks.
that will become the stuff of legends?
Of course I am. We'll show them what fine fellas have turned up
Red
on their
Sparrow,
doorstep.
what's going on? How are you?
Bet we
Thanks for
will.
stopping in.
We'll hand over our important message and then hop, skip to the
All the
nearest
Privis
tavern.
love it.
We'll drink to our success and chase some local wenches, eh? But why didn't Uncle Hanush take care of it himself? Unless, maybe he's just testing me.
Aye, it does look like that.
Should
He'll
we be
hand
like a
over all
little
the
bit of
Rattay
a
estates to you one day.
like an asshole in this
So I expect he
playthrough?
wants
I
to be
almost
sure
wonder.
you won't botch it.
Of course. How could I possibly botch it up? There are foreign armies rampaging through
Gooner,
Bohemia.
thank you so much for
The
following.
king
I
is in
appreciate it.
captivity, God knows where.
Like Father
and here we
Gunner.
are in the middle of it all, carrying an important document.
Just
No,
a
I intend to
drunken
make
monk.
The most of this trip, one way or another.
Let's disagree with him. I kind of want to.
You never know what might happen.
I kind of want to take a
Henry,
little
don't be
bit of the
such a lily
fewer,
liver.
like, you know,
AUDENTAS FORTUNA, IUVANT.
worse options, if you know what I mean.
Enough of the chat.
Just to mess with people, because sometimes that is the funniest thing you can do. Someone tells you how, like, you're dirty or something, you basically tell them to
Just
eat
keep your
shit.
eyes on the road ahead.
It is
Exactly.
absolutely
If anything in front of
hilarious.
us even looks
Always
like
choose
it's
a-hole.
moving, We want to know.
Keep your hair on, eh? Oh, don't
Gotta go full a-hole on this run.
I don't miss nothing.
Be reckless. I like where everyone's head's at. I was kind of like a good knight on my first playthrough. The second one, I had to speed run in a sense to get that last and final achievement.
Sir.
Should we get ready for a fight?
Need the subtitles?
Easy, Henry.
Oh, here. You know what? I'll tell you what I'll do.
They're from Trosky.
Give me one sec.
Stand a chance
How's that?
against them. Don't do anything foolish, fellas. Just follow my orders.
Halt! What are you after here?
Is this usually how you greet visitors, my good man?
This is how we greet armed strangers when bandits are pillaging everywhere.
Can you not distinguish between a noble and a bandit, sir?
It's not always that straightforward these days. Who are you people?
Sir Hans Capon of Perkstein. I bear a letter for Sir Otto von Berghoff from my master, Sir Hanush of Lipa.
This is indeed the seal of the Lords of Lipa. And unless I am mistaken, Lord Hanush of Lipa is on the side of King Wenceslas,
Well,
while my master is a member of the League of Lords, who side with King Sigismund.
well,
So it would appear we are enemies.
Uh-oh. That's it. Send in the reinforcements. Henry's got this.
We're not enemies. We're carrying a message with the aim of putting a stop to the hostilities.
And who are you?
Henry. From
From
Skalitz.
Skalitz. So this is kind of a way to do like a little bit of an early game build, if you will. So you see here, I'm a soldier and Lord Capon's bodyguard. So that's going to be, it's going to give us some initial stats, I believe, in sword, strength, and unarmed, maybe? I don't know. And then advisor, noble envoy, speech, agility, and something else, and scout for the company. I'm going to have to go through this a lot to find out exactly which ones they target. I've been through twice, you know, it's only been a couple weeks, so I'll definitely figure it out. However, what I've noticed is a lot of stats in this game level extremely quickly. I'm talking strength, agility, and vitality level extremely fast. The same one from game one that is hard to level is speech. So if it was me, I would advise going through as nobleman and envoy, because that's going to be the one that you struggle, and there is a lot. I'm talking a metric shitload of stat checks in this game. So listen to me, don't listen to me. I would advise going speech.
And scribe, and now an envoy as well.
From Skalitz, you say? The one that King Sigismund's Cuman forces plundered?
And slaughtered everyone. Even so, I'm not going to Trosky as an enemy, but as a peace envoy.
Even so, you're still strangers here, and armed strangers to boot. And as it happens, we're on the trail of just such a band. So why should I trust you?
So here we go. The persuasion. So there's two sides to every coin here. It's a lot like the first, but it's a lot deeper than the first. So first you've got speech, which is basically like you've got the good side and the bad side. So speech is if you're just a very eloquent speaker. Coercion is the opposite of that. So like a sly kind of, slimy nobleman. Charisma is if you're like a good knight. Domination is like, think of like Toth. Toth would have like high, domination. He's evil, but he's very charismatic. He's an asshole, but he is, always dressed to the nine. He's always able to kind of get his way. And then you've got might, which is, like a dreaded, like a very knightly warrior. And then you've got dread, which is someone like Runt, very big, very intimidating, but very, not very knightly, if you will. So each of them can be used in different, ways, and there is a lot of these. So I definitely recommend kind of playing around in playthroughs. So right now, if you think, we picked speech, right? So we have pretty high speech. We don't have a lot of charisma. And the other thing you have to consider is what kind of person you're talking to. So as soldiers, we can help you with the bandits. We're basically trying to be really, brave and everything, but we're talking to the commander of the Trosky Guard. I don't think that's going to work. So instead, I'm going to try to sweet talk him.
We want to resolve conflicts,
with speech,
not to stir up more. Once more, I assure you we have no evil intentions. You can escort us to Trosky, and everything will be explained there. That we can guarantee.
Nice, Agent.
Very well.
Yeah, DLSS AI frame gen. So for every frame that the your graphics card is able to produce, it basically produces an extra frame, so it can double frame rate.
Sorry about the cold reception. You must be cautious. These bandits create mayhem, then vanish like ghosts. We'll be on our way.
Oh, so you won't accompany us to the castle to see your lord?
Sorry, sir, we can't. Listen, you won't make it to the castle before nightfall, and Sir Otto's orders are to not admit anyone after dark, especially while we're away. You'd best camp until daybreak.
I'll take your point. I mean, back home, the last time someone let a nobleman in trouble into their castle, we had to bombard it to get him out. Is there an inn in these parts, at least?
There is one.
Reference to Townburg.
Bit of a way out, and I'm not sure your lordship would like it very much.
God! What kind of a backwater have they sent us to? I just suppose we'll just have to manage somehow. Good luck in hunting down those bandits.
Thomas, Captain at Trosky. Thank you. And sorry again. Farewell.
Farewell.
Well, this is a bit of a hold-up. What now?
Since there's no tavern within reach, we'll just bed down here for the night. The pond looks inviting, and we've got wine enough.
And what about those bandits?
Well, they're probably keeping their heads down, what with that big patrol combing the woods for them.
The young Lord Capon will never learn.
Come on, fellas. We'll camp here on the bank. At least we can bathe. I stink almost as bad as the rest of you, and you lot are rank.
All right. I gotta see something here. There we go. All right. Gravy jobs to get the captain to ease up. Oh, I think that was like the charisma option where he basically uses Yobst.
Whistle at that mutt of yours. Come here. Barking.
So there we go. Get Mutt to heal. You can talk to Oates here.
What I can get for you.
Well, hoorah! Peace at last. That barking was a pain in the ass.
Have you got some food for him?
Would you have some scraps for Mutt?
That's a good one. He already gobbled up a piece of venison while I was having a piss. I've got one last sausage and I'll be saving that for the way back. Look, Henry, I'm fond of that beast, but you ought to keep him under control.
Let's see if we can't get that.
Come on, Oates.
I don't think we'll be able to talk our way out of it.
Plenty of food there. We're a noble's escort, so they're obliged to feed us well. Pheasant in wine, roast pork with apples. Those sausages of yours are only fit for a dog anyway.
For Christ's sake, stop giving me a hard time. I'll have you know that sausage is fucking good. But neither you nor your dog will get to taste it.
Wouldn't you swap it for something?
I might. Tankard has my ring. I lost it to him at dice, and if I go home without it, my old woman will send me right back. If you can get it back, I'll be glad to give you that sausage.
Well, I'll see what I can do.
All right. We can get some initial food. Kind of go around and let's really take everything in from the company.
How do you like it here?
I'll tell you, it's nothing like home.
And have you ever been further than Rattay?
No, I never was, but I always wanted to. That's why Oates put in a word for me so I could ride along. Besides, for an adventurous expedition like this, you've got to have the right gear and good horses. And I'm in charge of them.
I'm a bit anxious about tomorrow. How about you? Are you worried?
A wee bit. But we've got good intentions. Sir Hans is responsible. And sensible, too, when it comes to important things. And no doubt Lord von Berghoff is a wise man, and he'll hear him out with a cool head. Clever folks can always somehow come to an agreement, can't they?
That's right. And also, we're coming with an offer of alliance. I can't imagine what could happen for them not to receive us.
Not much chance of that.
And you take good care of our horses. I can't say they're exactly whinnying with joy.
Don't make fun of me, eh? Whenever they need anything, I take care of it for you. The only thing that bothers me is them cliffs and rocky paths. I hope none of the horses breaks a leg.
Okay, so that is the groom of the group. Now, one slight issue is I was never able to in all the time I played. So there is another type of herb that you can collect, because last time in the first game we had henbane, but you couldn't actually ever collect it.
What?
I have never been able to collect henbane at any point, and I'm pretty sure this is what it's supposed to be, because that's thistle. I was never able to find it, and henbane is used for Alethian water. So, and then if we go back here, it's a weighted die, which is actually really good. It suspiciously always tends to land on one. So if you guys plan to play, anyone that's going, if you plan to play that, come back here to the cave, and there's going to be a weighted die in there. So it'll help you win. If you want to do a little bit of dice, let's go ahead and...
Better not keep Sir Hans waiting. It'll be dark soon.
Yeah, well, guess what? We're going to be playing a little bit of dice.
How do you think things will end up tomorrow?
How? No ways, I reckon. Whenever someone parleys with someone about something, it takes ages.
Why do you think that?
See me and Conrad now? We can't even agree who's going to be on watch this evening. But then, I'm just a spear carrier. I ain't got the head for no noble manners. Ask Oates. He'll know more about it for sure.
Maybe in the end, Lord Capon and von Berghoff will arrive at some agreement.
Aye, maybe. We'll see.
Have you ever been in these parts before?
No, but I know there's a village called Trosky at the foot of the castle, and there's a tavern there. Me and Conrad will go there and fatten our purses nicely on the locals. I got the dice ready for it. If Sir Hans gives us a bit of free time, like, I must remind him.
Where did you get the table from?
From that cave behind me. It was just lying there. So I says to myself, that's better than playing on the ground.
I see you've got dice set up. Want a game?
Sure. How's about spicing it up with a little wager?
I heard you won a ring off Oates. What about that?
Fortune favours the brave, lad. But if you lose, you'll pay for everything I order in the tavern in Trosky. All right?
Okay, not a worry. All upside here. So the rules are exactly the same as the first game. The difference is, which I have mentioned in both the preview and the review that I did on Strat, what differs is the game score that you have to go for depending on how much you bet. So this is a 1500 game, but it will differ throughout. So let's go ahead and grab the 1 and continue. Boy, that weighted die that's supposed to be landing on suspiciously ones, it is not. So this is going to be a little bit of a bold call. I'm going to take the 5 instead of the 1, hoping that that one will still land on a 1.
If I was you, I'd take it.
Yep, and it did. I try to keep my good dice on the table as long as I possibly can. Oh boy. We might just lose this.
I'm done.
That's not good. We might kind of have to go for it. 450. We'll see. That was kind of lucky of him to get that. Oh my goodness. He needs only 50 more points. I need him to bust here.
My God! Oh, come on!
Oh my goodness. He came out of nowhere with that. Jesus. Ooh! And a reset. Is that enough to win? 900? Ah!
I can't
won
damn
it.
your
Ooh,
eyes.
came back from behind. Holy crap.
What's to be done?
Ooh.
A bet is a bet. Here's your ring.
I've still got it.
Hey, Conrad, one little game, mate.
Leave me alone.
There we go. We'll talk to Oates. We'll get his
Do Do you know these
We can
parts?
also speak to him a little bit.
It's all rocks and woods. Lovely to look at, but shit for hunting in. If you don't watch your step, you could easily fall down some fissure.
So you've been in Trosky before?
Not Trosky itself. Once I just passed through here with Sir Hanusha's escort.
Ah, I expect that's why he sent you with us.
No doubt, but also
The
because
raptors
I'm
come a
not
little
as
bit
rash
later in
as
the
you
cutscene.
youngsters. And besides,
I have seen
as
that.
the cook, I make sure you lot don't gobble up all the supplies at once.
Do you know why we're going to Trosky?
For some big political parley.
Yeah, of course. I'm just wondering if you know what's in that message we're carrying.
Not really, but I reckon our lords want to sound out von Burgo. Bear in mind the times we're living in. King Wenceslas under lock and key in Vienna, and his brother Sigismund, meanwhile, shamelessly plundering Bohemia. We need to know who's going to stand on our side if things get even worse. And the Royal Chamberlain, von Burgo, has the land reserves under his thumb. So he's a big player.
To tell the truth, I'm starting to get a bit anxious about what to expect tomorrow. Do you think our big mission will be successful?
Nothing to worry about. We'll get to Trosky, Sir Hans and von Burgo will parley, and then we'll ride back. Done.
You're a bit sure of yourself, eh?
Well, this ain't my first time delivering a message. Everything will go according to plan. Don't you worry.
Do we tell him now, or...
We might even discuss how to make peace with Sigismund.
Peace? I don't know.
Sir Jay, what's going on, buddy? Thanks for stopping in. Yes, excited to finally play. You are going to absolutely love it. Prepare to lose hours of yourself to this game.
Don't get no worse. Hacking up humans is one thing, but if it comes to checks,
Bro really wants that spoiled.
Checks, that'd be nasty.
All right. Well, give us.
It seems Tankard can't tell
Give us that food for Mutt.
I won that ring off him.
You beat the bastard. Ha! You're a dab hand, Henry. Thanks. Will you give it to me? If I go home without it, the old woman will break her broom over my back.
What will you give me for it?
Well, all I've got here is some grub. Want a sausage? It's venison.
All right. And enough games. You won't easily find another mug who'll exchange a ring for a sausage.
Yeah. True enough.
All right, so this is the new way that we interact with Mutt. First off, this is pretty cool. My face is in the way, but you can also praise him. So you can actually pet him.
You silly doggy.
Same as with your horse when you're on top of your horse. But now you actually have this command feature, so you can either feed him straight from there. You can give him commands like track. So this is a really cool feature. There are certain quests within the game where if you pick something up associated with that quest, you can actually have him sniff it and he'll find his way to it. So that is pretty cool. And then you can also free, heal, or stay him. So we're going to feed him. That's going to raise our Houndmaster, raise his loyalty. And then we've got a bunch of bread rolls. I already know the menu. And yeah, I'm trying to get to terms with liking it. But I know that people have said that this is meant for ultra-wide monitors. I don't like this. And the thing that I don't like about it, let me just say this, is the fact that, so here you can navigate through the different pages with like R2 and L2. Unfortunately, you can also do it with this, and that's how you also open descriptions. But then you can flip the page as well. If they just restricted going to different pages to those, so you don't end up with this shit, I don't like that. It's all this time, and I still, it's not my favorite feature. It's just not, unfortunately. I wanted to try to come to terms with it, but I guess unless I have an ultra wide, I'm not going to. But all right, Sir Hans.
Henry. Oh, that was a tight thing with the captain, eh?
Yes, Jay. It's similar to Seek, except it's very specific. So you actually have to have something for him to track. But yes, you're on the right path with that. Love your all stealth build in KCD. I want to do one for here. I've got to try and find the right gear to mesh together. The thing is, they don't have the same level, I guess, of the stuffing perk that they did in the first game. So so the D-pad, I'll show you what the D-pad does. The D-pad actually switches to how you want to sort your inventory.
Surprised me a bit.
Well, that's what I'm here for. To deal with that kind of stuff.
And I must say, that was pretty good for your first action as leader of my bodyguard. Let's see if you keep it up. But we managed the situation all right in the end. He even apologized to us. If Hanush had seen it, maybe he'd finally stop treating me like a child, eh?
Well, I don't know. When I look at you, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Kiss my arse.
Already
And by the
talking
way,
shit.
Since you're here, how about stretching our limbs a bit after that long journey? With a bit of swordplay.
You're in the mood for that after riding so long?
Certainly. So then, eh?
So this is going to be our combat tutorial right here.
Swordplay for the hell of it? Or should we have a wager?
Let's save the wagers for later.
Oh, you afraid?
Keep the biting remarks to yourself. You've got armor on, so just grab your helmet. Here's a practice sword for you. Have that ready too.
All right, so now we'll kind of go into how to switch different outfits. So see how we have this one equipped, and then this one we have nothing. So if you want, you can have like a set without a headpiece. So you can kind of, you know, go through dialogue if you want to see like Henry's head, and then you can actually have a totally new set for like full battle armor. And before I can actually equip this helmet, you see how it's telling me put on a you need a padded protection in the coif slot before you can equip the helmet. That goes the same for like the brigandine. So like I can't put this on unless I have a gambeson on. So you do have to put the clothing layers on in order. So first we'll put the coif on, then we can put the helmet and the mail collar on. First we need the gambeson, then the halberd, then the brigandine. We'll equip everything. So hose first, then we can put the leg armor on, and we'll also equip the training sword. So now we can quickly swap from Henry without a helmet to Henry with a helmet, just like that. Henry has abs now. He's always had abs. He just never took his shirt off in the first one, his undershirt. And here we go. Shall we start sword fighting?
Ready?
So even for anyone that was
let's get warmed up.
That has played the first, I definitely recommend paying attention here.
Go ahead. Impress me.
Because there is some new buttons on certain things.
Is that the best you've got?
And
I didn't even work up a sweat.
it feels a lot more weighty. You know, it's not like you're just like swinging something that's kind of weightless that I felt like maybe in the first.
Now, a longer sequence.
It takes a minute for him to recover.
Up, eh?
What about Hanush? Hanush has that.
While you're attacking,
Hanush has that weird thing where he's got like he's got a gut with like a six pack on top of that you see out of like powerlifters. That's Hanush right there. He's actually a.
On guard. Nice.
He's in peak physical condition. You never notice that.
That's the way.
So see, also anyone on controller now, block is also L2.
Oh, that's enough. No one's ever won a duel just
instead
by
of L1.
blocking.
That has got me killed a few times.
Back. And you do that by means of a perfect block.
Perfect block, eh? You've become a real swordsman.
Start your attack then.
That's
Man.
it.
I do look forward to this being in hardcore mode without that prompt, because that will make it much harder.
Reckon you can manage that?
Their attacks don't have quite as much of a wind up to it, so I think without this little reticle in the center, it will be harder. And then you have to, bam, immediately follow up with a riposte. Wait a sec, and then hit.
Nice.
Block and hit.
My word. You're turning into a real master swordsman.
Be sure to remember, if someone gives you a riposte, you can still fend it off with a perfect block. And it's best to follow up right away with your own riposte.
Yeah, right. But what if I want to attack in such a way that you can't make a perfect block?
Then it's best to attack at a spot where your opponent isn't
Stab
covered,
is down at the bottom.
where he's not holding his weapon. You defend.
So
and
down
I'll show
here,
you
that's
how.
stab now.
All right. Come on then.
So, bam.
Nice.
Attack him from his unprotected side. So
Nice
that's
work,
stab
Henry.
right there.
Nice.
So just have to hit him where, and you can still feint.
That was too slow.
So
Nice.
wind up your attack and then
All right.
switch sides and
I
then
get
hit.
it. For Christ's sake. Enough
Makes a lot more
demonstrations and
impact in this game than it did in the
Let's
first.
have one training duel to finish up, eh?
Indeed. And let's have a wager to spice things up. How about 100 groschen?
100?
More.
How about 200?
I want more.
Are you feeling confident or not?
Fine, 200. On guard.
Now, one thing I have noticed, now here is another major difference that I didn't actually get into, just really quick. Dodge now has a button. It's not just a flick of the movement anymore. It actually has a dedicated button. So on controller, it's circle. On mouse and keyboard, it is space. So you can't just flick your way out, but dodges are the way to go, especially if you're doing those long sequences of back and forth with riposting back and forth. If you want to create an opening, a dodge is the way to do it, and it is, in my opinion, it's better than perfect blocks in some respects. Perfect blocks against multiple opponents is the way to go, but dodges in single encounters is the way to do it. So let me show you the kind of opening you can create. Bam. See? So if you get in these long sequences where they're going back and forth and you're looking for an opening, right? We're here. Try to create an opening. And now here we dodge and we can hit. And we've got to watch our stamina. Running out of stamina is so much worse in this game than it ever was in the first. That goes for you and the opponent. It is very important to keep our stamina up. Oh, see, we dodged too early. That's why we just got hit there. See, and he's out of stamina, so we got a couple hits, but I also don't want to run out of stamina myself. So I'm just going to block a couple of them without a riposte. Let him get his stamina down.
Fuck me.
See, and he's low on stamina.
How did he do that?
Let's go for a feint. Got him. Oh, what? We missed? How the hell did we miss that? That was like we had him dead to rights.
God wills it!
Fuck me.
So, yelling at the opponents too has different things that they'll do. So, doing something like a battle cry will buff your damage for a little bit and intimidate them. Going for a taunt, so this is a taunt. It kind of baits out an attack from them.
And fight.
So see, they kind of
How do you do it?
get baited into attacking you. So if they're kind of hanging back a little bit, you can taunt them.
And fight.
Now that's what I call swordplay.
And then we can battle cry to get a little bit of a buff if we're planning on going on the offensive. And now, boom! See, I like the way that they kind of treat it now. It really does feel like it's, you have to be very tactical. And he's low on stamina. Now we go in. Yep. See, running out of stamina in this game is a death sentence. It's especially if you're fighting against multiple opponents. You really have to be on point with your stamina management. That's what I've noticed anyway.
Now let's go and eat. That swordplay gave me quite an appetite.
You really kind of have to keep it in mind.
So who won, gentlemen?
Oh, it seems this isn't my day. I knew I shouldn't have bet with you. You've improved since that last time in Ratai.
So the first game, if you actually notice, the first game did have riposte too. Just nobody ever used them because they weren't really explained all that well. But if you were to go back to KCD 1, right after you do a perfect block, you can follow up with a riposte. There's actually a YouTuber, his name is That Other Gamer. He did a really good video on the difference in KCD 1 between ripostes and perfect blocks and riposte and master strikes. The cool thing is here, the master strike and the riposte have totally different inputs. To do a master strike, you have to attack, whereas a riposte is a block then attack. So in the first game, it's very hard to keep doing a perfect block once you learn the master strike because you just master strike everyone. This one, you actually have to be tactical between the two. And when we fought in Ratai, we did win too. So this is a little bit of a callback to people who played the first.
You were unbelievably lucky, beating me after just one day of training. True, I wasn't in my best form that day. We had a drink or two beforehand.
Oats? What's this food supposed to be?
What's left of our supplies. Tomorrow we'll be at the castle, and we'll get some decent grub.
If you told us earlier, I could have shot a hare. And you could have cooked it like they did in the tavern the day before yesterday.
That tavern where you drank away all your coin?
Ha! You've got to have some fun.
And then you tried it on with the innkeeper's daughter when you were shit-faced.
She was pretty. A real peach. Admit it.
Only a fella was there.
All right, so another opportunity to eke out a little bit more points. So I had to drag you out for strength. I dragged you apart for agility. Could have carried on until morning for vitality. And then the last one down here is speech. Clear things up with the husband. Again, speech is very hard to level.
He was well
so we're
pissed
gonna go for speech.
If I hadn't convinced him you were the village idiot and that we dragged you home right away.
And if I hadn't left him a fistful of coin to boot.
Throwing groschen around like that. Fellas, if a rainy day comes, you'll be fucked.
Ha! I've got nothing to regret. The whole world turns around wenches. Ain't that right, Henry?
Hmm?
You never gave us the goods on that lass of yours. What was her name now?
Teresa. She lived with that crook Peshek at the mill.
And
he was no crook.
Life.
That's father-in-law.
Aye. She's a fine lass. And? Is she any good? Like, is she any good? Get me?
Look, a gentleman does not kiss and tell.
She's my sweetheart. And that's all I'll tell you.
Ah, don't be such a monk. Out with it.
Tipsy, well, thanks for stopping in. I'm sorry that work and customers are distracting you, but the VOD will be up later, so thanks for stopping in, buddy. No, gentleman does not kiss and tell.
Ah, forget it, you horny goat. This discussion is over.
You know, this travelling isn't too bad.
Apart from the mosquitoes.
Aye. Apart from them.
Where were you yesterday evening, Henry? You were late for supper. That's not what I call watching over our Lord.
Hey, don't make trouble.
Mutkana sent for Houndmaster. I was with you the whole time stealth, looking for some shelter for survival and needed a bit of peace and quiet. Scholarship is actually quite good. And there's, I mean, I say limited amount of books. There's a bunch of books in there, but you can You can level stealth, survival, and houndmaster very easily. I think all 3 of these were 30 when I finished my initial run, so I think I'm going to go for scholarship. That one's a bit
of peace
trickier
and
to
quiet.
level.
I had a stroll around, checking out what plants.
I'm trying to
grow here,
optimize,
praying
you know?
for the
I'm trying to
success
go
of our
through
mission,
and really
and I came back.
max
At
everything
last,
out that we
someone
can.
with some sense, who's not in a hurry all the time.
If I always had to think everything over, but...
I wouldn't have rolled in the hay with so many girls if I spent my time just thinking about it.
Thanks for the prayer, anyway.
Hey, Atharva, thank you so much for
what
stopping
about,
in. Go to sleep. Good luck in your
time?
exam tomorrow.
Sir?
We'll see you later, buddy.
I mean, will we be getting any time off, sir?
It depends. Once von Berghoff hears us out, we should set off back home immediately.
What? Straight back on the road?
Well, we could stay a day or 2, perhaps.
Does anyone know anything more about von Berghoff?
Only what Sir Hans told us, that von Berghoff is a big cheese in the royal court. That's why we're going to negotiate an alliance with him.
You summed that up nicely. But yes, that's how it is. He's the royal.
Oh, you lost to
chamberlain.
Hans?
You fellas will never meet a more important noble than
Come on,
him.
AJ. You can't be losing to Hans.
Having the finest swords.
And I can also tell you right now, you missed out on the achievement. You have to beat him to get the first achievement in the game. I'm not popping any, unfortunately, on this one, because I already have them all, but when my collector's edition comes in, we'll try to make it a point to get as many as we can. Some of the more grindy ones I probably won't get on this, but for anyone curious on how to get certain achievements. So we've got marksmanship, unarmed, heavy weapons, or swords. Swords tend to go up quite quickly. Heavy weapons, I'm not going to lie, there's not much incentive to use heavy weapons. You can't master strike with them, and they have limited attack directions. Unarmed, we can get fairly easily, so I think marksmanship is going to be the way to go here.
Bow. After all, why not seize the opportunity to take down your foe before he gets near to you? Of course, the bow takes training too. Not everyone can hit their target at 50 paces.
And you can shoot something for your supper, like that first time we went hunting. The first time you ever held a bow. I'm surprised you didn't say a sword, since you never stopped going on about the sword Ishvan Toth stole from you.
That sword is the only reminder.
Where's my fucking sword?
We forged it together, just before he was slain. But that's another matter. I suppose you've heard enough of that, hey?
Well, you know.
No, it's all right.
Well, I wouldn't want to be in Ishvan's shoes if you ever come face to face with him again.
What? So Radzig ain't dead, though?
Enough, enough. Otherwise, we'll be here for hours again, hearing how Martin the Smith raised him, even though Radzig is his real father. It's complicated, and let's leave it at that. No offense.
Who'll help me tomorrow with getting supplies for the journey back?
We rolled dice for it, and I won. So Conrad goes.
What are you on about?
Enough. Oath, you're no fun at all. There'll be a feast at the castle tomorrow, so forget about supplies.
Anyone for another helping? There's plenty left. Maybe even a bit for morning.
No thanks. I must wash myself down a bit.
My words exactly. We can't turn up at Trosky tomorrow in this state.
Let's go and strip, Henry. Fellas, come and help us get out of this armor.
Are you really going to bathe here, Sir Hans? It don't look none too safe a spot to me.
Oh, don't be such an old woman, Oates. Bring some wine to warm our blood.
Yeah, we're not on a trip to the baths here, Sir Hans.
Henry's right, sir. Duty first, fun later.
God's wounds. I haven't been away from Rattay in ages. So, here, I intend to live a little. Blasted iron shirt. Oh, what a relief. I feel like I've just shed 40 pounds.
Come get this. There you go, Glenn.
Christ. Will I ever live to see his young lordship finally grow up? He's got a good heart, but he doesn't have the sense that he was born with.
Well, responsibility will catch up with him soon enough, though.
There's more chance of me becoming a monk.
Yeah, Oates. I don't know how to put this.
That's a view fit for a king.
Gorgeous.
Whew. You were right about our stench.
Let's hope this water isn't too cold. You wouldn't want your pride and joy shrinking.
I'm more worried about it being too deep.
Come on.
He said people with a Yorkshire accent always die first. Girls!
What's the matter? Females! Let's go to them. Sir Hans.
Oh, shut up and let's go. But quietly. We don't want them to spot us.
So this is our little bit of like a stealth tutorial right here. Going through a little bit of the stealth mechanics. You got to finish hardcore on KCD1 first.
Down, Henry. We've got to sneak
So
closer.
here we go.
Hear that singing? They must be close.
Gotta be nice and quiet. If I know anything about women, they love being snuck up on by surprise by two strangers
Do you think they might be banging?
going through
Come on.
river
Let's
reeds.
get closer.
This is peak Riz right here, as the kids say.
Shit.
Damn it, one of them's in the way.
Get closer to the others. Only she's blocking our way, right in our path. Damn it. Throw a stone in the water near her to lure her away.
So this is actually extremely handy for many reasons, which I will show you throughout this run. These stones are amazing, and see how that little hair comes up above? And then when that works, you can also throw another one to lure her away even further.
What was that?
Go nice and quiet. She's out of the way.
We'll go even closer, but carefully.
Okay, let's go. I'm in. The splish splash? Nah, she don't hear nothing. It's just some ducks in the river. We're perfectly safe.
Henry, I told you to... Fucking God, you're in
Conrad. Brutal.
We've got to do something. Stay down, for fuck's sake.
Oats! Oh, that is painful. Damn. fucked up.
Oh, fuck. A letter.
Who is that? Y'all see who that was?
Don't be a fool, Henry. We don't stand a chance. We'll wait till they're gone, and then head back to camp. Maybe some of our men got away.
Hey! What the fuck are you doing? Hey! Hands off her, you brute! What the hell's going on here? Let her go, you pigs! That bastard's with them! Fucking hell! You couldn't just leave it be, could you? Come on! Run! Catch them! Enough, I said!
Henry, the titular hero.
It's mine!
No, she ain't.
What are you gaping at? Shoot! Well, don't just stand there, you idiots! After them! Along the bank!
Christ! When did you learn to swim?
Just now!
Yeah, a bit forced.
Fucking armor! Come on! We'll cut them off on the other side! Oh, these horses, quick!
Oh, Mott. What the fuck was that, Henry? You're rescuing a damsel in distress.
Look, after his first swimming experience just now, I don't think I'd want to swim again either.
And what exactly do you call... Oh, shit. Oh, you've been hit.
What? Oh, shit.
Well, we can't leave it like this.
No, wait.
That's not a good idea to pull an arrow out.
We've got to flee. Can you walk?
Yeah,
At least not without bandaging it. That's gonna bleed profusely.
I'd lead the way.
Who do we see over there? Is that who I think it is?
You pull yourself together.
Or are we
You've
hallucinating?
got to vanish.
That's a lot of blood.
We'll get out of the woods and find someone. Then we'll get that shoulder of yours fixed up. So, how far is it to Trosky?
They have shorts, and it looks like Hans might have actually shit himself a little bit. Can we see that? There it is. Actually, let's take a look at this wound. Look at the detail. Look, you can actually see the arrow hole. I've never tried this. Look, what are the odds that somebody would activate photo mode to look at the hole, you know, the arrow hole where Henry has it? The attention to detail, that's actually pretty incredible. Damn. Warhorse above and beyond.
Beautiful.
That's awesome.
There's someone in front of us. Down.
Beautiful. Yeah, he's always going to say something.
Got that? Call out as soon as you see them. And then kill them.
No fucking around.
I do, by the way, I do love the photo mode in this game, but it could be much, much better. Give us the option. Give us the option to do different facial expressions and poses while in photo mode. I think that'll probably come with a later on patch. The way I actually made the thumbnail for this was during the tournament. He does do some poses and stuff, so you're kind of able to get some really cool screenshots within the tourney. But otherwise, it's just kind of him standing there awkwardly, which doesn't look the best. But I think with time, as they add to it, it's going to be so useful, especially for content creators, to be able to get screenshots, custom screenshots for thumbnails.
Leave it out. Catching some naked men in the forest is better than getting killed in a skirmish. Maybe. But I still can't see a bloody thing. We'll fuck.
There we go. See, we got agility there for sneaking.
There's more of them up top. Fuck.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jess. I think once they get that first set, like get hardcore mode in there, get the horse racing in, and the different haircuts, I think that they can really start. Because the thing is, when you think about it, the haircuts, you know, that'll only ever come up in dialogue where you can see the different haircuts that he has. But then after that, if they shift their focus into photo mode, I think it'll be legit. Because then you can actually take some screenshots. Good, let's get out of here.
Oh, no. Fuck, they're in front of us. Quick, into the rocks.
They're fleeing to the rocks. Hurry.
Did they see us?
Run around. We'll catch them at the top.
No, they didn't see us, but there is an archer up there somewhere. Yep, there he is.
Hey?
See, and you can look.
Hans, there's more of them up top.
Let's get out of here.
Run ahead of them.
Ooh, they're shooting. Oh, they're shooting. Which way now?
Damn it, they're everywhere.
What are we gonna do?
How should I know? We can't go climbing into the rocks at night when we can't see shit.
But they'll catch us.
Oh, you don't say, genius.
Calm down, for fuck's sake.
Stop it. This isn't going to help us. You know what? Go and look into that gorge behind me and see if there's a way forward. Then come back to me. At least we'll know if it makes sense to go that way, if we can get out of the rocks. I'll stay here meanwhile and watch out for them.
All right, so here you have an important decision. You can go left or right. I have found the only thing off to the right is death. It is just death. So that's where all of them are. This is the way forward. Which, I mean, we did just get an autosave. I'll just show everyone. I would recommend going to the left. Every time I've gone here, it's just more bandits. And with our health so low and without any armor, the likelihood of you dying is pretty high. So, but I can kind of show off a little bit of the stealth mechanics, I guess. See, so there's bandits right there, two of them. If you wait for them to finish their conversation, they will split up.
Damn it. If only that bloody idiot Nails hadn't broken his leg climbing down the cliff. He was trying to catch up with him. Aye. But he shouldn't have jumped down.
And then see, look, if we want to lure one of them out of position, we can throw that.
Hans! Hey, Hans!
And we have to find Sir Hans, who is down that path that I just said, off to the left. I think down here somewhere.
Oh, where is he? Oh, this looks like a way out. Hans!
There he is.
Oh, God, we found each other. I didn't manage to warn you when those soldiers popped up in front of me. I only just avoided being seen. And I only found my way out of those bloody rocks a while ago.
Maybe one of them got bandages. Well, I mean, technically we're not bleeding right now. We do have a body injury, but we're not actually losing health. Oh! Uh-oh! Here we go. Fight for our lives.
You're
Let's
in
do
for
this.
an arse kicking, you piece of shit.
Hey, that's not nice. Got him. Dodge. Told you, dodges are king. At least in this game. In the last game, they were kind of useless compared to Master Strikes. In this game, they are legitimately useful. Like I said, in most cases, I don't necessarily say I would prefer them to perfect blocks, but they are wonderful to use in tandem with perfect blocks. Just to change up your rhythm. See, so notice how he's kind of keeled over now because his health is low, so he's going to be fighting worse as a result. You can kind of press your advantage. No more face pokes. What? No! Don't you hit my dog. That is one hell of a fall. This...
You know the trouble with an adventurous life, son? It can end before it gets started. I might teach you how to handle a sword, and then someone will shoot you with a crossbow as soon as you set foot outside the house. If you want to convince someone that they're wrong, try using your mouth and not your fists. We did a fine job.
You like that acting job? I think that's Grammy worthy. Oh, we're dead. That's it. Journey's over, and that was all of KCD2. I hope everyone had a good time.
Being a blacksmith might bring
We'll live stream again tomorrow. Same time, same place, but that is the game. I honestly, I found it incredible.
Like keeping your head on your shoulders.
Yep. Riveting.
Now, come now. I was the one who raised you.
That's it.
But you know how things really are.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine that they just did all this for like a funny laugh? They made a 5-minute long game.
My dad? Not yet. I'm dead though.
Yeah, they've kind of yassified all the characters. Yeah, you're right. Martin is now like skinny and all that. Henry's like this Chad-looking dude.
You chose a different path than I wanted for you. And maybe that's how it was meant to be. But once you've chosen the path of adventure, you have to
He
fight.
lost his freshman 15.
You have to fight till the bitter end, with all the strength you can muster. You still have a long way to go till your work is done, Henry. So pull yourself together and wake up. It's not over yet.
Damn, Martin.
For the love of God, wake up. Pull yourself together, Henry. Oh, thank Christ. Oh, I thought you were done for.
Where am I?
Well, you dropped out of the sky like a shot-down hawk.
That's a bit of a long fall to still survive. I don't care if you landed on someone.
You broke your fall nicely, otherwise you'd have ended up
I don't know
the same
about
as
that.
What are you wearing?
Well, you won't be needing it. We can't be running naked through the woods. If you're capable of running at all.
Now, where's Mutt?
I've no idea. Just don't worry about your dog. He can look after himself. We've got to disappear. Right, come on, I'll help you up.
Ozempic. Yeah, I guess food in the afterlife isn't quite as abundant as we all thought, huh? Martin looks kind of like he's he's on a bread and water kind of diet. Harahan, what's going on, buddy? Thanks for stopping in. Good to see you. We are, we're not doing great.
Not good. I feel like it's all up for me.
Just hang in there, damn it.
Well, no, that's been updated for the second. The bushes are no longer death barriers.
Henry, what are you staring at?
That's pretty crazy. A lot of flashbacks.
Faster.
I'm doing what I can, pal. Jesus, don't do this to me. Pull yourself together and let's go. We have to go.
But the gate is closed.
I guess it's better than nothing, huh?
Any gate.
Oh, shit. I forgot about that part. Oh, man. I thought we opened the gate. Whoops. That's right, yeah.
Scallis is in flames. We're gonna die here.
You survived Scallis, and you'll survive this. Come on.
Bianca!
Come on.
Father? Listen to me, Al. Listen carefully. Take the sword, go into the house, and grab anything else in the trunk. Go to the castle. Hurry.
What about you? Are you mad?
Mother is in the village. I'll fetch her and we'll follow right behind.
I'll go with you.
No. You do what I say right now. Give the sword to
For
Salah.
Christ's sake.
Anything happens, he'll take
Come
care of you.
on. Oh, you can hardly stand, damn it. We'll make it together. You'll see.
Yeah, we got some hardcore hallucinations going on right now.
Henry, focus.
Take me away.
Henry,
Martin being a badass, and then Mark Vart.
please.
Fucking Mark Vart.
There's nobody here. You're just imagining things.
Run. No.
Don't give in to
Oh,
it. Hang in there.
never gets easier to watch. There we are.
Make it together. You'll see.
Bald-headed bastard.
You're a warrior. You can do this. It's all right, Henry. I've got you. Just a little further. Henry.
I wouldn't say I cried, but it was definitely emotional.
The linden tree.
I had like a permagrin on for even during this part. It's just the visuals, the way that they wrap up the story of the first game.
I let them all down.
You've never let me down. Henry, a light.
There we go.
Look.
I see it.
We've got to go.
Finally, not a hallucination.
Hold on. Hold on. We're here. We're here.
Pavlena, is it you?
Greetings, good wife. Fear not. We mean you no harm. My friend needs help. Please.
Right. I'll see what I can do for him. Let's have a look at you. It's all right.
My parents, they're... That was just a dream, Henry. We're in the woods. And we were ambushed. But don't worry, we'll get you fixed up right as rain.
Now I've got you, whore sons.
Think against
night, lad.
We might be fading. Is this our new Teresa? Yes, I am deeply in love with Bojana. I want you to know that I fully explored her romance path, and it was beautiful. She's old and wise, and you know, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and Bojana is the one that does it for me. Henry's into the more mature lasses these days. He's basically reliving every traumatic, painful thing he's ever lived through. This would be a brutal kind of night. Not only are you on death's doorstep...
They burned it to the ground. Slaughtered everyone. Who? Who burned it to the ground? Huge army. They attacked without warning.
Get all the people inside the gates. We have to prepare for the worst. Make all the necessary arrangements.
I am Sir Marquardt von Aulitz. I come in the name of Sigismund of Luxembourg, King of Hungary and Croatia.
Get up now. There's work to be done.
Mother?
I ain't your ma, laddie.
Yeah, that is our new Teresa.
Oh, may all the saints be praised. I was afraid you'd never wake up again.
What? Where am I?
Where would you be? Here in my cabin, where you and that pal of yours burst in last night. Slowly, lad. Slowly.
Uh-oh. Hans is not doing much better than we are right now.
What happened? What about Hans?
You'll have to find out, Jess.
For now, but he was on the edge there for a bit. And so were you, lad, so calm yourself. Last night you were 1 foot in the grave.
Don't want to go hurting her hip
already.
now.
You were lucky you happened to turn up here.
Well, I have to talk to Hans.
You won't get much out of him now. He's lost a lot of blood and he has a fever.
What happened to him?
That cutthroat that followed you fellas cut him up bad. Hans was fighting him outside, then he came staggering in, said something about Fortuna and collapsed on the floor.
Fortuna?
And what about that cutthroat?
You can go out and have a look at him. Hans gave him a right hammering. I didn't get a wink of sleep with that corpse in my yard.
Good job, Hans.
I'm sorry we caused you such trouble, but you'll save Hans, won't you?
God willing. Well,
that's one spoiler you need.
To pull you out of death's grip.
That's one spoiler you won't get, Jess. You're just gonna have to stick around
as soon as I'm done with you. How are
to
you
find
feeling?
out. Hurting all over.
No part of me that doesn't hurt.
Still covered in blood, damn it.
Inside and out. Mostly my shoulder where I took an arrow.
Little wonder then. But you're conscious and talking. That's a good sign. Ah, your shoulder is looking a lot better. I did my best, but I don't see good no more, especially at night. So I didn't do the best job. It just wouldn't stop bleeding. And now you've moved about, it started up again. Take this and
look, I'm not doing any spoilers. I know what's going to happen. We are going to go through it as if it's my first time through, because I know that there's people here that want to enjoy the ride.
To clear my head.
You slept through half of God's
Feel quite
bright
hungry,
day,
Tattoo.
lad. So, if you feel up to it, go ahead. At least we'll see how steady you are on your feet. While you're at it, you can stop by the trough and wash all that nasty grime off of yourself. I found an old tunic. Put it on so you don't catch a chill. It gets cold here by the water. No doubt you'll be famished and need a bite to eat. There's some hot soup in the pot on the fire. If that ain't enough, I put some bread and cheese on the table outside for you. And you'll find some of our home-brewed liquor there, too, in case you need bucking up. Don't overdo it, though.
I won't. Thanks a lot. May God reward you 1,000-fold. What's your name, by the way?
Bushenna's my name.
Well, I'm Henry.
Of Scouts.
I know. Hans told me. I'll go and check on him. When you're done with everything, come and see me and we'll figure out what to do next.
So, this is our setup. Miraculously, you survived the terrible fall, but you lost several main level skills and perks points due to your extensive injuries. You'll have no choice but to recover and regain them gradually later in the game. So that is kind of how we do. So if we notice down at the bottom, we are bleeding right now, we're hungry, and we stink. See the little icons down there? So a few quality of life changes here that have happened. If we notice, right, we go over to the player menu and we go over to buffs. This is where you can see where everything that's going on you is explained. So you stink. This is not only unpleasant for people around you, but your stench can even give you away if you're trying to pass through unnoticed. You can easily get rid of the smell by visiting the baths or washing yourself at the trough. Now, the change that the troughs have gone through is troughs will only slightly wash your clothes now. Mainly it's to get yourself clean and get any blood off of you. So troughs, you do genuinely have to visit bathhouse if you want to keep your clothes from being dirty. So hungry, stamina decreases, and eventually we'll start losing health. And then bleeding, unless you bandage, you'll slowly lose health and die. Bleeding won't stop on its own. And then if we go down here, the injured torso, the strength and agility will be reduced by 25%, which if we actually look over at our stats right now, -2, -2. And then stamina is obviously decreased. So the quality of life change that we can do is we can now apply multiple bandages at once. So once we select bandages, we can actually apply how many we want. We don't have to do them one at a time. So it's going to take 4 bandages to 100% stop the bleeding. So we can just apply them all in one click. And if we go over here to buffs, we still have the injured torso, but we are no longer bleeding. Now we can also equip this short tunic. The other thing is the cooking pots. If we notice what our nourishment is right now, it's 25. We can eat from these cooking pots up to 4 times. And it gives us 15 nourishment each time we do it. So for a total of 60 nourishment, we can recover from the pots.
True bliss is a full belly.
So that's 2. This is going to be number 3. And that's going to get us all the way to giggity 69 nourishment. And then number 4. So it'll top up our nourishment, but notice we can't eat from the cooking pot anymore. But that gets us all the way up to 84. Next, we're going to have to go and wash ourselves. So that's going to get all the blood and some of the stink off our body, but not necessarily our clothes.
I feel like a new man.
And then we can also grab this. We got a weak savior shop and some food. I'm going to go ahead and gather up all the food because I think it comes with us. So that's going to be nice to have.
Well, seems Bujana isn't some quack. She's got a damn good setup
New
here.
alchemy system, which I really like, by the way. Alchemy is pretty fun, in my opinion, especially now. I liked it in the old game too, but now the incentive is 100% there.
I did what you asked.
And you didn't faint.
Hey,
while
Red
doing
Sparrow,
it.
you have a good night. Go to
I'm
sleep.
Pleased, Henry.
This will be up as a VOD if you want to come back later, and I will be back on tomorrow. So if you're able to join me tomorrow,
That's what I call medicine.
stop in.
It can either put a dead man back on his feet or make sure he never gets up again. So consider yourself lucky.
I will.
Oh, I'm very lucky.
But what about Capon?
Well, he's less lucky. That brute really knocked him about before Hans beat the life out of him.
Is there any way I can help? I owe it to Capon, and I want to do whatever I can.
You owe him, all right. I've got a bit of that Lethean potion left. It ought to work wonders on him, same as on you. But I can't just give it to him now. First, we have to deal with that fever. The best and fastest remedy for that is chamomile decoction. Luckily, it ain't too hard to brew, but we'll need some fresh sage for it. And, of course, chamomile. You ought to be able to manage that. You've got young legs and eyes, and I reckon a bit of a stroll would do you good.
I don't think we'll be able
Easy
to
as
pass
pie.
that.
I can do that. Ma used to put sage in sauces and served it with meat. I'll check the kitchen.
Christ wounds. Try thinking with
Can I
your
see you
head
explore
and
the
not
town?
your
We've still
stomach.
got a little
We
bit
need
left in the tutorial, but
freshly
yes.
sage, not
We'll,
some dried herb.
we'll go and explore a
listen
little
up.
bit.
Sage has a purple blossom, and chamomile has white petals with a yellow center. At the back of the hut, there's a footpath leading up to the rocks. You go along there till you reach a sort of small meadow. You ought to find both of them there.
Great. I'll be back in a jiffy with a couple of handfuls.
All right. I'll be glad if you get back here soon. I don't feel right being here with that corpse in my yard. Seeing him lying there gives me chills. I can't think straight.
I understand. It makes me anxious too. Maybe I could manage to bury him somewhere. Or at least hide him somewhere further off in the woods.
The Lord
That's
be
in just a little
praised.
bit, Atharva.
I'd be truly glad of that. Do you feel up to it, laddie? You ain't in the best of shape, and digging a grave's a tough job, even for a healthy fella.
Not to worry. I'll see what I can manage. It's on account of us that he's here anyway. I wouldn't want you to have any more trouble. And a bit of effort, even if it's a dirty job, is the least I owe you.
Well, if you think you can manage it, good, but don't overstrain yourself. And thanks.
Where should I put him?
Grab the spade by the dung pile and bury him by the creek. The soil will be softer there, so it should be easier. When you head out the gate, follow your nose. Find a good spot somewhere in the reeds and nettles. And when you're done with that, better have a wash, so's you don't have the stench of death on you.
True. I'll bear that in mind.
I'll sort out the rest with Ignatius, the gravedigger, when he comes by again, so's I don't have that wretch lying here till Judgment Day.
All right. I'll get to it.
All right, there we go. So I do recommend actually burying the guy because you'll see in a little bit we get approached by some people. And if he's still here, that is bad for us. So we're going to take everything that he has along with this hunting sword.
Weapon used by the bastard who cut up Sir Hans.
And the spade. And we already technically have a torch, but we'll go ahead and do it now in a separate outfit. I'm going to go ahead and put... So we get the hunter's belt and a worn gambeson, and then we'll put his uniform on. So see how now, if we open up here, see the blood? It's 100% and dirt is at 70%. So there's actually a certain amount of blood that they accumulate as we go along. So charisma is only 1, dirt is at 70%, blood is at 100%. Now, while we're wearing this, if we go over here and wash ourselves in the trough, take a notice, we're still dirty. The dirt is still at 70%, but the blood is completely gone. So that is the usefulness of troughs. Now we can also equip our hunting sword and you have to equip a torch before you can use it. So you actually see how it has a little torch slot right there? Then, once we hold down, we can do it. But without the torch equipped, you're not going to be able to get your torch out. So notice how it's unequipped now. There's no option to do. So one difference, you can't just have it in your inventory like you did in the first game. You actually need to equip it. Now let's get this guy out of here. We'll take him down to the river and we can bury him. Yes, there are other dog models in this game. Now, the other slight suggestion that I have for everyone, if you are about to dig a grave, graves are probably the dirtiest thing you can do. You will almost immediately get like 100% dirt. I think 2 graves and you're at 100% dirt. So if you know you're about to dig a grave, I honestly recommend stripping down to either an outfit that you don't care about or just down to basically your britches.
This bastard's hard work.
Because especially if you're wearing like nice clothing and stuff, you're gonna absolutely demolish it and make it completely covered in dirt. So now we can go ahead and do that. And actually, I just realized because we still have to bury him, I'll stay just like this. We can bury him. Quite a bit of arduous work later. And he's gone. Now we can go ahead and get our clothes back on. Hey, Piggy. Now let's run up and grab the sage and the chamomile. That's going to be up in Bojena's little pasture here. It's quite nice. Now, I'll admit,
shoulder still hurts like
there wasn't a single point in the game. I guess I didn't look hard enough, but there wasn't a single point in the game that I was ever able to find 2 herbs. And that was Herb Paris and Henbane. Look at that. What a gorgeous model. And they'll actually react to you. They'll take off if they happen to see you. So we've got the sage right here. Yes, we still have the animation.
Sage. There we go.
And we're going to gather up a few of them because the plan is I want to brew not just one chamomile decoction. We're going to brew a few of them.
That's it. Chamomile.
Because early game, that is extremely powerful. When you don't really have a lot,
remedy, the better.
You really want to try and get as much as you can out of this. And there we go. Okay. So we've got the sage, we've got the chamomile, we can head on back. Now, interestingly, I wonder, because in this game, you do have NPCs that will notice if you're wearing stolen goods. I'm curious to see if these bandits are going to notice that we're wearing basically what their friend was wearing, and if they just automatically attack us.
What's that dog making such a fuss
Because
about?
if they find the body, they will automatically attack us. So let's see.
Them fled, and they must be hiding here somewhere in the rocks.
And now notice, because we have this hunter's belt, which gives us 2 slots, we can also equip this work axe. So now we can swap between the 2 if we want.
We're from Lord von Burgos.
But for now, I think I'll have the hunting sword, and it's very important. Go up to him without your weapon drawn.
Never seen you before.
Lord. Hey, you! What do you want? Come here and tell me who you are, or I'll drum it out of you. Lord
Let's try to talk our way out of it.
Sent us to find the renegades who ambushed some knights company down by the pond yesterday. A couple of them fled and are hiding out here in the rocks.
Okay, so they don't notice that we're wearing his clothes.
And what you know about it.
He does not look like von Burgos' men, does he?
You're from Lord von Burgos.
He looks like a bandit that ambushed us.
Kurva! Watch your tongue with me, boy. When I say we're from von Berghoff, then we're from fucking von Berghoff. Who else would we be from anyway? You can talk to me or talk to Cold Steel. Who the hell are you? And what are you doing here?
So we can either try to... See, this is the thing I was talking about, that there's a lot of speed checks in this game as opposed to the first. So we do have a fairly high speech skill, I guess, for early game. We can also try to, use our dread, but they're bandits. They're not going to scare off easily. So I think we're better off trying to talk our way out of it.
Pavel, and I'm here to help Bozhena.
Demos, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome.
But I met some of von Bergoff's men in the woods too. They had his shields and Waffenrocks. They were looking for some cutthroats. I gave them directions here, so you can join them once they get here.
Fuck.
What's the matter?
Nothing, fuck it. Just tell them we'll wait for them in the tavern in Jelly-Off, alright?
You got it. Let's wash ourselves off again.
Hey, that's
Got a little bit dirty gathering some plants.
Getting mixed up in all sorts of nonsense at my age.
Did they hurt you?
No, but I think they would have if you hadn't come along.
Sorry. I reckon it was one of those who followed us yesterday.
Look here. I almost got slaughtered twice in one day on account of you two. God be praised that my Pavlena wasn't here. Heaven knows what they'd have done to her. So, I'd like to know why all this is happening. Your friend was talking in a delirium in the night, saying you was knights. But if you two are knights, then I'm the Queen of Sheba.
There's a bit of a reference for anyone that's played the first, the Queen of Sheba's sword. Well, let's go ahead and let her know.
I must bow
she
to
risked a
your
lot to
ladyship.
help us.
Sir Hans is the young lord of Leiper and Perkstein. I'm Henry of Skalitz, son of Sir Radzig Cobbler, and I'm his bodyguard. We were heading to Trosky to deliver a message from Sir Hanish of Leiper and Margrave Jobst to Lord von Berghoff. But we were ambushed by bandits yesterday down by the pond, and you already know the rest. And as God is my witness, we're no bandits. I swear to you, I'm thankful to you for saving us. And I'm sorry it caused you trouble.
Well, you sound sincere, so I'll take your word for it. I hope I won't live to regret it.
You won't. I promise you.
Promises are made to be broken, but thank you for dealing with them. I was sure they'd see through you. You thought up quite a story. It was a story, right?
Oh, aye.
Of course.
I didn't meet anyone up top, but they swallowed it all right. What about Sir Hans? How's he doing?
He's holding up, I'd say. I treated his wounds and I'll change his bandages shortly. But what he needs most now is that remedy. Have you got everything for it?
Here. Chamomile and sage, like you said.
Excellent. Now to brew the potion from them. I gave you two the last of my supply during the night. But fresh is best anyways. It's a shame my daughter Pavlena ain't back yet. She'd get it done in a jiffy. But we'll just have to manage without her. But you can do it too. It ain't nothing hard. My eyes are so bad, it'd take me all day. But at least I can tell you how to go about it.
All right, I'll try. Well, I've been at the alchemist bench a few times, but it's been quite a while.
That's grand. More than I was hoping for. And not to worry, it'll all come back to you. I have a book here with the recipe, but it'll be better if I tell you. I know it by heart.
I can read as well as any man, if that's what you mean.
My word. Maybe you really are a noble son.
I'll
Damn
take the
right
book
we
just
are.
in case, but if you give me some advice, I'd be grateful.
No, I don't need the
Of
advice.
course. Everything we need is in the hut. Let's get to it.
I wish we could skip this lesson from Bozhena, if I'm honest. I already know what I'm doing, woman, but here we go. Here's our alchemy tutorial. Now, the cool thing is, too, crafting, if we go over here to potions, notice how we have the chamomile decoction there, and then on the right, we have all the ingredients. So it's wine, chamomile, and everything, and then there's a check mark right there, which means we have enough ingredients to brew it. So you don't really have to guess anymore, like, oh shit, do I have chamomile? Do I have sage? You actually get visual representations of whether you have it in your inventory or not.
First, go to the recipe book.
So
now find
we can
the recipe
read.
for chamomile
Yes. We need wine, 2 handfuls of chamomile, and a handful
then
of
get back to the
sage.
bench and we'll start.
There we go. To the table. Now, outside of this, we can actually just prepare it by looking at the book, but right now we need to
choose the right pitcher from the shelf on the left.
equip it straight from our inventory. We've got the wine in.
So, what did you pour in there?
Wine, of course. Like it says in the book.
Glad to hear it. Now try moving the cauldron over the flame, so you know how it looks when it starts boiling a bit.
There we go. And then you do want to wait just a second. You'll see it doesn't boil right away. Now it's at a boil. See when it starts putting up steam?
Simmer the herbs for a bit, but sometimes you need to get it good and hot. So you have to get the fire blazing under the cauldron using the bellows.
That's how to do that.
Try fanning it with the bellows to get it boiling. It's
There we go.
boiling. To keep it going, you mustn't stop with the bellows. If you want to cool it down quick, take it off the flames.
Take it off the
Try
fire.
it. Move the cauldron up. Good. Now we'll start with the brewing. Get all the herbs that you need ready. The
Yep,
ones
they're
you
ready.
picked.
They're ready.
Put
Open
them
the
there
inventory.
on the
Yep.
shelf, so you've got them at hand. All right, let's get to it. First, throw 2 handfuls of chamomile into the cauldron.
So the chamomile, that's 1 and 2. I'm not really sure why they all come out as powder. I will admit that is something I hope that they maybe patch out. So like, I get it if it's dried, but
Every grain of sand counts.
let's see. We need boiled for 1 turn. So
See? When the
Yes,
sand
I
has
see.
flowed out, that's 1 turn.
now we go
That's
down.
how long you have to
Wait
boil
for
the
it to boil
chamomile.
about 2
Move the
seconds.
cauldron to the
Now we
and
switch
wait
it.
until it
Once you
starts
see that
bubbling.
steam coming up, that's when the 1 turn
the
begins.
sand
It's not right away.
As soon as the sand runs out, take the cauldron off the fire again.
Okay, I get it.
Ain't
Now,
that enough?
yes, it
Take
is.
the cauldron off the flames. All right.
All right, now we got to
take
grind
1
the sage.
handful of sage, grind it with a mortar and pestle, and
It's
drop
only the
it in
first time that it's
cauldron.
this slow. It's honestly, you can speed up the process quite a
Have you
bit.
ground it? Good. Now,
It's just for
drop it
anyone
in
that's
the
not used to it.
cauldron. You don't have to boil it anymore. All you have to do now
You get
is
a little bit of a
decant it.
tutorial.
Get a file and pour it in. Done. Now let's see what you've brewed.
And there it is. Chamomile brew and 2 of them. And that was only the
There it
regular
is.
because as we're talking to her, it does boil a bit too
Oh,
long.
by the smell of it, it's a chamomile decoction the way it should be.
Happy to help.
This should help Hans get better. I'll take care of it now.
All right. Is there anything else I can do to help?
I reckon you've done all you could. What you need now is a bit of rest. Go and get a good sleep.
All right, so I'm actually going to brew a couple more because these in the early game are extremely good. So if you can do a strong chamomile decoction, I think you recover energy twice as fast as you sleep, and you recover health 4 times as fast. Which, if you're doing a lot of sleeping outside of taverns and in like some camps and stuff, which might be pretty common in the early game, this is really, really handy. But we're going to do it at a good pace. We're not going to be doing it at Bojena's pace. So this really won't be long. This is one of the very easy ones to brew. And for anyone curious, you can actually, this hourglass is 10 seconds. So as that's boiling, we can go ahead and prepare the sage into the mortar and pestle. And then as soon as we're at 1 turn, we can go ahead and raise it. We can grind this. Drop it straight in. And finish. So see, it really doesn't take that long. It's just that initial tutorial that's kind of a bit of a slog, especially on like multiple playthroughs. But see there, because we followed the recipe almost to a T, we got a strong chamomile brew, which is what you want. So we'll do that again. I'd like to have 9 of them if I can, because you go through them quick. Need a new console to play it? Yeah, I don't think it's on PS4. I don't know if they really can do it on PS4. It's got so many assets. That would be difficult. That would, I mean, I feel like this almost like pushes modern machines to, or, you know, just with the assets and stuff. It is very well optimized though, I will say. I'm genuinely surprised by how well it performs. You know what I just realized? That oh well, I'll have to do it after we finish here. Another 3 level of alchemy, and we'll do it one last time. Like I said, I want to build up a supply, because she takes both of the chamomile brews that you do in that tutorial, so if you want any of your own, you will have to brew them afterwards. Yeah, Henry, I know you're hungry. We'll take care of that in a second. How is he that hungry already? Didn't we just eat to like 90-something nourishment? Genuinely shocking how fast this man gets hungry. I think it's just part of the story, though. Because in my experience in the open world, I was almost never confronted with any sort of food shortage. Like, your hunger and energy don't drop anywhere near as fast as what I thought they would, but it's also because I've been playing KCD1 hardcore mode, so hopefully the hardcore mode is a little bit more challenging, because I found the late game to be a little bit unfulfilling because of how easy it ended up being. Okay. We've got our 9 chamomile brews. We are tired and hungry, so we've got this food here. Let's go ahead and eat. And I'll show you guys how they treat cooking now, too. So if we go over here, you remember how in the first game you almost had to, like, cook them one at a time? Well, now, once you get to a fire, look over here at the little pan right here, right? And we can actually brew them all as groups. So we can see how many we want to cook and cook them all at once. Hey, thanks, John. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hopefully, I think this game is definitely going to be much, much bigger than the first ever was, which is awesome. So we've got cheese here for 26 nourishment. That's pretty much going to get us there, but now we've got all these different cooked ones, durability of 2 days. We don't need any more at the moment. Let's explore our hut just a little bit. I never found lockpicks in here. That doesn't mean they're not here. And all of our stuff is locked. Oh, some bandages. Always take bandages. We'll get these. Early game, those come in really handy. Check upstairs. Another lock. Look, we got a tailor's kit. We'll pick that up. And a marksman kit. Now, I'm pretty sure that those are going to get taken away from us, so let's actually use that tailor's kit now. And once again, similar to the other quality of life improvements that we had, we can actually repair multiple things. And if you notice up top, see how it's 79? So that's the life of the repair kit, and we're going to use to repair all 4 of these things, we're going to use 4.5 of that. So coming out of it, it should be either at 74 or 75 durability. So once we do, there it is, 74. Marksman kit, that's used to repair bows, which we don't have any right now, but that is going to be very handy to have. And in this game, I've noticed there's a lot more stuff that actually, see, look, that just kind of hang around on the floor. Like, you really have to be on your toes whenever you're like in a bandit camp location or something, because there will be stuff all over the place that you wouldn't expect to be there. So it's very easy to pass up on loot and stuff if you're not really paying attention. But I think that's about everything we can get. Now let's check on these chamomile brews that we made. See, so for 1 full day, sleep will heal you 4 times faster and restore energy twice as fast. And it gives us a little bit of nourishment. I still don't know what that nutrition is. See, that nutrition value is 90%. I have no idea what that governs. Nutrition 100%. Maybe they were like, I think there might have been plans to add something like, I don't know, like yellow fever or something, or something if you're only eating like a bunch of meats and stuff like that, but they never implemented it. So they left the nutrition in, but I never found out what that actually governed. Maybe somewhere in hardcore mode we'll find out. Like you have the opportunity to pick up different sicknesses if you don't eat healthy. Be kind of cool.
A sword such as this will bring honor to its bearer.
True, Sir Radzik. If I'd have had it like back in Nicopolis, things would have worked out differently.
Where's my fucking sword?
That fucking sword.
Everything I take now will be mine, and I plan to take everything.
Rot in hell!
Why would I miss one sword?
Because it's the last one my father forged, and I promised him I'd deliver it to you.
The stronger dog fucks the bitches, and war is a nasty business.
Where's my fucking sword?
You know what? I think I'll keep it as a memento.
This isn't over. I'll find you!
Yeah!
Don't disappoint me.
Wake up, Henry. It's past sunrise.
Mother? That ain't Mother.
Hallelujah. I thought you'd never wake. Were you having a nightmare?
I had dreams. You must be Pavlena, right?
That's right. I came in the evening while you were asleep. Ma told me what happened to you. Then I helped Ma take care of your friend that night?
Oh, Hans. He's alive. How is he?
Have no fear.
I love the
He's
reflection
alive, all right.
in the eyes,
Maybe
too.
two
Notice how
alive.
both of them kind of have shining eyes?
Ma knows what she's doing.
Like there's a
And that's the
reflection
truth.
because there's a fire in
I
front of us.
reckon she
That,
could bring the dead
that
back
little
to life.
detail brings a
She
lot.
said she dosed you with the strongest remedies she knows. And it looks like they did the trick. On that other fella for sure. Since he came to this morning, he hasn't stopped talking.
Yeah, that sounds like him, all right.
And what about you? How do you feel?
Definitely better than yesterday. Thanks.
That's good. Ma will be glad. But I heard you yelling in your sleep and went to check on you. Bad dreams?
I dreamt of Istvan Toth, a villainous, murderous whoreson who stole my sword. The last memento I had of my father, and I swore to get that sword back and avenge my parents.
Oh, that oath must be serious if it even torments you in your sleep. Dreams shouldn't be taken lightly. They can have real meaning, however hard they are to understand. What strikes you as the most important part of your dream?
All right, so Istvan Toth, my father's sword, my father, a beautiful maiden, or it doesn't mean anything. I mean, I feel like it's kind of canon to just keep talking about this sword, but beautiful maiden. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. What are you thinking? Let me get some help in chat here. I kind of want to keep talking about the sword, though, if I'm honest. Yeah.
Sword.
Let's just keep talking about the sword endlessly, over and over and over again.
It might sound strange, but I feel his soul won't find peace until that sword is back in our family.
It doesn't sound strange at all, and swords are a symbol of kings. It could mean power and responsibility, or war and ruin. After all, a sword has two edges, and it depends who's wielding it.
Damn right.
Thanks, Pavlina. I never thought of looking at it like that.
An a-hole would lie, you're right. We should have talked about a beautiful maiden.
It's a lot to think about.
You're welcome. But remember, it's only my reading. The only one who can really understand you is you yourself.
I expect you're right. So in the end, all the hard work will be on me. But this is all too much heavy thinking at once. Right now, what I need more is a little sunshine and fresh air.
Aye.
You recommend to buy the game? I would.
Many ailments. And a full
I'll be honest, the game is phenomenal.
And I've got something else for you too.
If you ever played the first and enjoyed the first, you're going to love this one. And if you haven't, I think they did a lot to make it more accessible to the general public to where you would enjoy it. So nourishment is 80. We don't really need to eat, but we do have some perk points that we need to assign. So let's start over here on the left. We've got a warfare perk. Now, these are all pretty incredible. I'll be honest. A lot of the negativity from doing these perks has gone away. Which, again, it's good for the general populace. It's good for the popularity of the game. For me, it makes the game a bit too easy. Just a little bit. So hardcore mode is something I'm looking forward to. However, in the meantime, head protection. If you're wearing a helmet, blows to the head will cause 20 less damage. That is key. So we'll take that first. Swords. Precise strike and opening strike. It is... Honestly, I really like precise strike. But opening strike is better in the early game because if you wound an opponent by striking to an uncovered side, which we will be attacking a lot to an uncovered side, it'll be more difficult for the opponent to block your subsequent strikes. So we'll do opening strike, and then marksmanship, we have either steady aim or crippling shot. If you deal damage to an enemy with a ranged weapon, their stamina will recover slower and their combat ability will be reduced. That is great early game. Now, craftsmanship. Razor sharp, immediately. That should be the very first one. I know that armor and clothing you repair is good as well and makes less noise, but we can get that later. Right now, razor sharp is key because you have access for free to all the sharpening benches, and it makes early game combat just that little bit more manageable. Raw food and herbs will spoil 50% slower. Every time you successfully brew a potion, you get one extra potion of the same quality. That's going to be first. We're not going to be selling a lot of potions in the early game. We kind of need to hold on to them. And then we'll do the raw food and herbs will spoil 50% slower. Next is drinking. We'll go under the influence. You'll be less likely to be injured from falling from a great height. We'll go... thievery skill is increased +1 or melee attacks from horseback. We don't have a horse right now, so we'll go saddler. And then cushion is the only one we can take for knowledge. Now, charming man, you gain reputation. The increase will be 10% higher, or if we lose reputation, it will drop 10% less. I think for this playthrough, we decided, I haven't done a good job of implementing it so far, but if we're going to be a bit of a dick, I think if we lose reputation, it'll be 10% less. That's going to be a little bit more handy to us, because we're going to be doing a lot of shitty calls. And then agility for all weapons is lowered by 2. That should be probably first. Featherweight is nice, but we might not be falling quite so much, so we can pick that up later. I think early game, deft hands is one of the best things you can do, because required agility for all weapons is lowered by 2, and because we have such low stats, we'll be able to use better weapons early than we otherwise would. And then strength has something similar as well. Train hard, fight easy. That's the same thing for strength required weapons. And then speech is +4 when haggling or selling weapons and armor in near perfect condition. You gain 10% more money. I think silver tongue. And that is all the available perk points we have. Let's keep on going. We've got a nice little early game build going here. Let's go ahead and wash ourselves once again.
Look who's finally up.
Is there anything else we can do here?
Come and join us.
At the moment, I don't think so. I don't know where the hell I can get lockpicks to try and get those open. I really don't. We're just gonna have to find out, aren't we, Jess?
Good morning, Henry. You have no idea how glad I am to see you. Come join our banquet in the midst of these exquisite woods.
I'm glad to see you, too. I see you're in a surprisingly good mood for someone who was at death's door yesterday.
It's all the more cause for merrymaking. Even this water now tastes like the finest wine.
Of course. I did bring it all the way from the spring.
And for that, I am in your debt, fair maid. And I'm grateful to you too, Henry. Bajena told me what happened here yesterday. That's the 3rd time you've saved my life. I suppose I'll have to give you some estate or something.
The 3rd time?
Yeah, you will.
What in God's name happened the first 2 times?
Now, Henry, don't make her beg. Tell this good maiden of your heroic deeds.
Another callback to the first game.
Well, there was this time when me and Hans had some fisticuffs in the tavern. And for punishment, I had
Why is Hans giving us like a death stare as we tell this story? He's over there glaring at us.
When Hans chased after the wounded animal, he got caught by a human patrol.
Humans?
You haven't come across them? They're savages from the Hungarian lands. The core of Sigismund's army. Who knows what heathen gods they pray to? They hold nothing sacred. They pillage, rape, and murder. They razed my hometown of Skalitz to the ground. Slaughtered everyone.
I told you about them, though. The fellas in the tavern in Zheleov were saying there's some foreigners like that camping in the rocks down by the pond.
What?
It's just what I heard.
Whoa, that's all we need. I hope they don't turn up here. What could us two do alone against them?
What could they want from us? But if they did come here to rob us, I'd shoot enough arrows into them to make them think twice. But the thing I want to know is, how did it end up with young Sir Hans?
Well, as I said, they took him captive.
Well, there must have been 10 of them. I hadn't a chance.
You must have been seeing double. As I recall, there were 2.
That just proves how well you can count. Besides, they were armed to the teeth and had bows and armor. It might as well have been 10.
Whatever.
Not when I play.
Anyway,
they're asleep when I go through.
I managed to free Sir Hans.
Why the modesty? You got them. Maybe a stroke of luck, but as we know, AUDENTAS.
FORTUNA IUVANT.
See now, you've finally learned it.
What?
It's just this kind of
Fortune
motto
favors
of
the
ours.
bold.
Fortune favors the bold.
There's the brave.
Maybe they're really telling the truth about who they are. Who but a lord or a priest could know Latin? And priests they ain't. I can tell.
And as I recall, you already got a pony from Uncle Hanush as a reward for saving me. Your pebbles. So I'll save myself a few groschen.
But you never gave me anything for Talmberg.
For Talmberg? What was that about then?
That one I usually skip.
The foe took the castle by subterfuge, and we planned a counterattack.
Under the cloak of darkness, we scaled the mighty walls of Talmberg Castle to get inside and open the portcullis to our brothers in arms who were poised and ready to attack.
And we almost succeeded. Only, along the way, Sir Hans here took an arrow to his noble seat.
Seat? He got shot in the backside.
My upper thigh, actually.
Backside
No.
it was. But that's no joke
Straight in
either.
the cheek.
It's not easy to run with an arrow stuck in your arse. If I hadn't carried him...
I admit it, you saved my arse.
Literally.
Well, now, you two have been through a thing or two. As far as I can tell, it really was his backside and not his thigh. I examined Hans and saw the scar for myself.
That
But I
horny
reckon you
old
paid
goat.
off part of your debt the
She
other
was
day,
just
sir.
feeling him up while he was passed out. Maybe that really is the new Teresa.
True enough. Hey, how did you manage to get the best of that cutthroat the other night when you hauled me here?
To be honest, by a stroke of luck. We were fighting outside, but that fucker got a hold of his falchion and let me have it in the guts. I thought I was done for. But I groped around and found a pail and whacked him with it with the last of my strength. And luckily I hit him a nice crack right on the noggin. Can't remember a thing after that.
My word. Fortune really does favour you. You chose your motto well.
Once we get back to Ratai, I'll have it inscribed on my shield.
Do tell. What else did the two of you encounter?
Quite a lot of things. But I'm afraid we don't have much time for storytelling right now. We came here on an important mission and we cannot afford to dally any longer. We have to get to Trosky as soon as we can. How far is it from here?
Not far. Once you climb the hill above Sheleoth, you'll see the castle.
All right. I think we should get on our way as soon as possible.
I'll prepare a bit of food for you, for your journey.
Bajana, I don't know how to thank you for all this.
But I do. Once we've settled our business with von Bergov, I shall reward you as befits a knight. You have my word of honor.
Now you've got me curious. I never got a knight's word before.
For a start, you can leave me that axe and spade. We can't manage without them.
Yes, of course. And thanks for everything you've done, Bajana.
I have something for you, Henry. Ma
Ooh.
had trouble because of you, but I know you didn't do it on purpose, and you protected her when she needed it. I want to thank you for that. Take this potion. It will help when you're in danger or don't know which way to
So
turn.
we get some savior snaps
Have a
right
little
off the
sip
bat.
each time, and it'll save you a lot of trouble. You'll see. It's not all that hard to brew. With a bit of practice, you could manage it yourself.
Thanks, Pavlana. This'll come in handy.
No doubt. But we'd better get going now.
Hans is right. We're very glad we met you. And we're obliged to you for your help and hospitality. God bless you.
And you too, sirs.
As Henry says, may God bless
All
you
right.
for your generosity and your healing arts. And you have.
I don't know if they have any more dialogue for me. Oh, yeah.
Take care,
I
then.
guess they do. What about Bojana here?
Well done. I got rid of that.
This
corpse
is going to
for you.
help us with our
God
speech, so
bless you,
early
Henry.
game, it's
Thank
worth
you
taking all the
kindly.
dialogue that we
I'll sleep
possibly
easy
can.
and-
Can you tell me
We
something
can ask a
about
little
these
bit
parts?
about
What can I say?
some of the surroundings.
The village of Sheleoth is nearby.
Which, to
and
orient
close to
yourself
it
in the
there's a
early
big
game, I
traveller's
definitely
inn.
recommend. If it's
And
your
to the
first time
north
ever
of
playing,
Sheleoth
this is a
Takov.
big map, and
They've
it's
got a
very easy to get
blacksmith
lost
there
until you get
and
used
a
to
small
it.
tavern. There's no love lost between the folks from Sheleoth and Takov. They're always out to spite each other. Some dispute about some meadow.
Well, I don't suppose those are the only villages around here.
It
So
ain't
she'll kind
far
of give
from
you a little
Sheleoth
bit
to
of
Seven. Sir Jan, the owner,
of the
he got a
goings
big
on around the
stud farm with
surroundings. So some of
5
these might
horses.
start popping
And
up
down
some
by
of the
water, a mill. The biggest
side
village
quests that
in
are
these
available.
parts is Troskovitz, what lies at the foot of the castle. The local bailiff has his seat there, and there's a tavern too. Then there's Nabakov Fortress, Sir Yaramir's seat. There's a mill at the foot of it. But Pavlena knows more
So there's the
gossip
miller.
about folk around here. She goes out and about. I stay home these days and hardly meet a soul.
How come you live out here?
That's just the way it is. It's for me to know, and you to find out.
It's a little bit of shroud and mystery.
I won't pry. What about those armed men who came here?
Damned if I know. I just hope they don't show up here again. Take care.
Okay, that's everything for Bojana. We can
Are you
also talk
managing
to
here all right?
Avlena
We don't
just
complain.
a little bit.
We mostly live off the woods, and when we need something else, we buy it or get it from the villagers. Mostly, I weave baskets. And me and Ma brew ointments and potions. Then I go around the villages selling them, or I barter them for stuff we need. Sometimes folk come here to us when it's something serious.
Kind of
How
like
come
us.
you live here and not in the village?
Oh, that's hard to explain. It's just the way things turned out. And Ma and... look, that's our affair, and we won't talk about it. Sorry.
We'll dig a little bit more
Is
into that
anything
as
interesting
the
happening
story
around
goes
these
on.
parts?
Them bandits is riding roughshod over the place. It's about time Lord von Burgau rousted them out. But I reckon you know something about that, huh?
You got that right.
And there's to be a big wedding. Young Lord Semon's gonna
The
marry the
wedding.
daughter of the bailiff of Troskovitz, Thrush. That's the biggest thing happening. Apart from that, a band of nomads turned up here. They got a camp somewhere down by the pond.
You said you'd shoot arrows at the humans. You can use a bow.
Yeah, I'm pretty handy with it. I train up there on the cliff whenever I have a free moment. And the hares hanging in Ma's kitchen didn't just walk in by themselves. If they'd let me take part in the tournament at Trosky Castle, I'd beat all the men hands down. But that'll never happen. So I have to make do with hares and a straw mannequin. Farewell, my friend.
I wonder if she's actually got her bow up there and we can take it. Because that is something I like early on. Maybe even just a couple of spare arrows, but that is actually up there. I never had that dialogue before. I don't think I talked to either of them on my first time through. Let's actually check out this target. And if she's got a bow, I will 100% take it. Or maybe the bow is somewhere inside the house. I don't know why she would leave her bow up here, but you never know. Might get lucky. Where's this mannequin? There it is. Okay, there's a mannequin. Bow anywhere. Come on. Tell me you left it up here. Oh, what? She's not a very good shot. I will give her that, because the mannequin is over here. It seems like most of her arrows tend to go somewhere here. Now, these are magic arrows because they float in midair. I wonder if we run into it. Is that... Can we impale ourselves on this crude arrow? There we go. Got this magic arrow. Look, it's day one, okay? These little things will go away, okay? Who said there wasn't magic in medieval worlds? Is there any more floating arrows we can run across? Is that the one shot she took and missed it by about 40 feet? What is that? Oh, Belladonna. Oh, yes, we'll take Belladonna every time. So that means there's got to be more Belladonna up here. And I almost wonder if there's going to be... Okay, Lapotas, no. I need to find somewhere on this damn map where I can get Herb Paris. I have yet to find it in the open world. Oh, there's a nest. All right, check this out. So, does everyone remember how we could shoot down birds' nests in the first game? You know what you can do in this game? Squat down, throw a rock at it. That's pretty fucking cool, isn't it? So now you can actually access it, and we got a lockpick. There's some useful stuff in the bird's nest here, but you don't need to waste arrows getting them down. You can throw rocks and get all the nests down now. Unless they're like directly above you, then you do have to shoot an arrow, but if you're just in the open world and you can access it, throw rocks at it because those are endless. So you can kind of do it a little bit, you know, consequence-free in a way. Alright, so our bow's not up here. I guess we can check the hut. We do have a lockpick now, but on medium chests, we're not going to have much success. We do need to start off with the easy ones. I did mention that I feel like lockpicking is, at least in the early stages, it's actually a little bit harder than it was in the first game. That's at least what I feel. And they'll actually let you access or attempt to lockpick chests that you don't even have the skill to do, but it'll tell you the lock is too difficult. So it's pretty much going to break right away. Don't even bother. If it says the lock is too difficult, you're just going to lose that lockpick. Build up some skill first, then go back to it. Does she have her bow anywhere? I don't think so. Damn it. It's probably on her. And I don't know if we can knock her out.
here?
Yeah, no, it doesn't even give us the option to stealth kill him. Let's get this bread.
Teeth, Henry.
Bacon. Fill up a little bit. I like to always go with the lowest quality foods, since those will be the first to spoil.
Got to get to the castle before dark.
And here we go. On we go.
Finally. Where do you keep dallying?
My apologies, sir. I'm here now.
This is that intro scene that you guys were talking about earlier.
Don't provoke me.
Well, I don't think Trosky Castle is going to go anywhere. So what's the rush for all of a sudden?
We have a crucial mission, and things are already fucked up quite enough. I intend to return to Rattay with good news, and to do it quickly. Let's go!
What about the rest of our company? Could someone else have got away?
You saw for yourself. They didn't stand a chance. But you're right, we shouldn't just leave it at that. As soon as we get to Trosky, I'll make sure they get a proper Christian burial and their souls find peace.
And when we get back to Rattay, we'll have a mass served for them.
You're right. They were damned good lads. I've known Oates since childhood. Damn it.
What about Mutt?
We'll have to
He's bound
find
be
Mutt.
looking for us, and we can't just abandon him.
Henry, I like your dog, but that's not our priority right now.
He saved my skin.
So did I. First Trosky, von Bergov and the mission, then we can look for your dog.
All right. But the moment things are sorted out, I'll go looking for him.
I'd expect no less of you. So, should we get going?
Hold on a bit. Before we hit the road, there's something you should know. I have a hunch that one of that band that ambushed us at the pond was Istvan Toth.
Toth? Are you yanking my pizzle? He's long since
There's no
over the hills
yanking
and
going
far
on
away.
here.
I tell you.
We did see him,
I
though.
saw him there.
Several
Of
times.
course, Henry. I know you have accounts to settle with him, but that's nonsense. Toth is in Sigismund's service and is harassing his opponents. And Otto von Bergov is one of Sigismund's allies. So Toth's hardly going to attack his people. It was dark. God knows what you saw.
I saw him, the bastard, and I'll get him.
Yes. We'll surely get him one day. I promise you. And your sword, too. But I don't think either of them are around here. But I see you haven't wasted any time and found yourself a weapon to replace that sword. That's good. You never know when you might need it around here. Come on, let's get going. Your mind will turn to better things along the way.
Here we go. McLovin, thank you so much for subscribing. The music. Hans is already thinking with his other head.
Oh, I hope they've got a good physician at this castle. Or at least a barber. I mean, that old
I think that
crow
was
got me on
more
my feet.
Hans, really.
But I don't believe much in herbal remedies. You can't beat an educated man of medicine.
And I can't wait to sleep in a proper bed.
And some wine!
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, it's closed. Open up! I bear an urgent message for your liege lord. Hear me! Open the gate! I am a messenger from Sir Hanush of Lipa.
Fucking shit! Fuck! You fucking cunts!
Oh, can't say that.
Do you know who I am?
Yeah, this stream is getting demonetized.
I am Sir Hans Capon of Perkstein, heir to Ratai.
Now, look here, you filthy beggar! I'm not here for your amusement, so get your stinking, ragged asses
The man has
out of
tiny
here on
eyes.
the double. The pair of
Like
you!
little
What's all this
pinpricks.
about? Why don't you send those beggars packing?
I did, sir. They say they're messengers.
I am Sir Hans Capon of Perkstein. Envoy.
I heard. Nevertheless, I doubt Sir Hanush would send 2 vagabonds covered in excrement as emissaries. Apart from which, Sir Hans Capon is dead. We found his body by the pond. His company was ambushed by outlaws, and they were slaughtered to the last man.
Yes, yes.
Who did they
ambushed
find?
us, but we managed to get away.
Sir, we met your Captain Thomas on our way. He can testify to who we are. He saw our message and its seal.
How terribly unfortunate you are. The captain's company was also ambushed by outlaws. The captain barely escaped with his life and has been delirious for 3 days.
Captain
And
Thomas,
even if
no.
he did confirm your story, I am under strict orders to admit no strangers to the castle.
Sir, there's a horseman approaching in King Sigismund's colours.
Ah, now that's what a messenger looks like. Count
Let's kill him and
yourself
steal his
lucky
clothes.
That I don't have time to waste on you. Be gone!
That's rude.
I'm getting in, whether you like it or not. So city, hands off me.
Hans is having a really rough week.
Look, wait. Wait, one moment.
See, Henry's kind of used to being down in the dumps.
What the fuck was that?
You know, Henry being treated like a peasant, that's not new to him. But Hans is probably at a complete loss. He's used to kind of everyone kissing his ass.
There's only one thing we can do.
Go to the tavern and drink. Yeah. What else? There's nothing for it but to drink and make ourselves feel better.
Have you two got any groschen?
What do you take me for, wench?
For someone who stinks like a badger.
Look, we've had a tough couple of days, so we'd like a bit of peace and quiet, a beer, and a bite to eat.
Unless you want to share a bowl of gruel, you're going to need more coin than this.
Just bring the best you have, and we'll settle later.
As the gentleman wishes.
Oh, she's not far off. We look like a couple of beggars, and we stink even worse.
What the fuck was all that at the gate? You try to talk to them and get shit poured on your head.
Different lands, different customs.
God's holy britches.
That's a hell of a welcome in.
Trouble with beggars at the
Every
castle.
time you go to this land,
So
you
they
get
act
shit poured
without
on your
thinking.
head.
Oh, really? Oh, I'd never have figured that out. I'd rather hear some cunning plan how to get out of this shit. Huh?
First, we have to wash and change. Yeah, that should be the first thing. That should be our first priority.
Have a good scrub. Get some better clothes. Then they might believe we're actually messengers.
That's all very well, except we can't even pay our bill here. Never mind a visit to the baths and the tailor.
So
We'll earn some coin.
Earn?
I'm not afraid of work. And we're going to need every groschen we can get.
Hans is.
And how long will it take?
Hans isn't
for you
used to
earn a
working for
few
his money.
groschen? And where will you find a decent tailor? Before we get ourselves sorted out, Sigismund will be sitting on the throne in Prague.
So what do you suggest? Going back to Ratai?
To Ratai? You just don't get it, do you? We can't go crawling back like this. We'd be a laughing stock.
I suppose you're right.
You're right. We can't go back to Rattay.
We'd be taken for total idiots.
Well, you could shrug that off. But me, we've got no message, no coin, nothing but our
Gamble our
ragged
way
arses.
into success.
Chin up. We'll sort it out somehow.
I'm gonna need some
everything will be
loaded
fine
dice
again.
to make some real
Will
money
be
gambling.
fine, my friend. I'll tell you 4 reasons why. Oates, Tankard, Conrad, and Nicholas.
Rest in
Instead
peace.
of sitting here with us, having a chat and a laugh, they're just food for crows in some godforsaken hole.
We need to go back and bury him.
Bury them as soon as we can.
Yeah, as soon as possible. They were good Christians, even though it didn't always seem that way.
We'll keep the promise we made at Pagenis. The best way to honor their memory is to finish our mission. We'll get inside the castle. You'll see. We'll avenge our lads and go back to Rattay with our heads held high. I promise you that.
AUDENTAS FORTUNA IUVANT.
AUDENTAS FORTUNA IUVANT.
Food. About bloody time.
Here we are. Gentlemen.
Some gruel.
Stuff. Hey, there's meat in that. And there's more than you gave me coin for. When you're finished, report for work.
Cheers.
There she is. Catherine.
What is it? That's that woman from the pond. Or the one you gave us away for?
Fine bear that wench. Wench!
What I tell you?
Ooh, spicy.
What are you waiting for? She can vouch for who we are. Go to her.
Here we go.
God be with you.
Time to get that Henry Riz
A full
energy
pitcher
out.
of wine, please.
My word, that's a picture and a half. I ain't seen you here before. Who sent you? Not them nomad vagabonds, I hope.
Don't worry. I've come from the castle. I'm Catherine, and I've got the lovely job of keeping the soldiers' throats wet.
Ah, that's another matter then. Oh my. Ugh. Can you smell that too?
Oof. It stinks like something died here.
Hey.
I've seen you before.
Jesus, fella. That's a bit much.
No.
Hey, youngster, if you want to go around mixing with my guests here, go and wash the stench off yourself at the trough first. Stinking up my establishment.
I'm sorry.
I heard some
I gotta check something here. Yes, okay, I do have it on.
about your captain.
All right. It's honestly hilarious. It is absolutely hilarious if you just go around stinking in this game. People just talk shit endlessly.
Him and his men were attacked by bandits. Most of them are dead.
Jesus Christ.
Lord von Berghoff is
Jesus
beside himself
Christ.
and won't allow his soldiers out the castle.
Aha! So that's why they sent you for the wine. Wait a moment then. I'll be right back.
Come here, Catherine.
Sorry to bother you, but I've seen you before.
Oh, eh? I don't remember. Hold on. Are you the boy that cleans the pit under the castle shitting hole?
That's me. We saw each other at the
by
pond.
that pond.
What pond? I haven't been at any pond.
Yes, you were. You were attacked there by some bandits. You, some other women, and us too.
I have no idea what you're on about. I work at the castle, and I wasn't at any pond.
Let's see if
And
we
I
can
have
pass
no
this
idea why
speed
you're
check.
trying to deny it. I saw you
I
with my
doubt
own
it.
eyes. You were washing laundry there with some other girls.
Well, I
Yep.
reckon you weren't looking too much at faces, eh? Clear off, you lecher.
Well,
Here's
come
your
on.
wine. Is this vagabond bothering you?
I'm no
I can
vagabond.
handle the likes of him.
I'm Henry of
myself.
Skalitz.
Thanks for the wine. Bye.
please. I don't know what's up with you, but I know you were there. I need your help. You owe me that much. But we need to get to von Berghoff, and you're the only one who can confirm who we are.
There's
Can't get into the
Sigismund's.
castle. And even if you could, that was the king's messenger. Von Berghoff is getting ready to ride out.
Oh, shit.
If you want to speak to him, the best place would be Samin's wedding. He'll be there. For sure.
No, wait.
And don't ever lay your hands on me again.
Spicy.
What are you gaping at? Have you nothing better to do?
Man, that innkeeper is on our asses. She will not leave me alone.
Why are you standing here
Let's have
like a
a
pillar
staring
of salt?
contest.
Are you ready?
What for? What are we ready
to
for?
get to work.
Oh, you.
pair ordered a lot more than you paid for, so you work your debt off, like I said.
Can't wait.
Wait. We've got coin, just not at the moment.
Oh, why? We'll pay you back when we see you again, which is never. Over there
We'll
by
pay
the
you
gate,
back.
there's a cart with sacks of flour from the mill. My old man was meant to take them into the house. But as soon as he got a sniff of work, he vanished into thin air. The second door in there leads to the pantry. That's why I need you to haul the sacks. You have to lay each sack on the planks, so they don't touch the damp floor and go moldy. If you just chuck it on the floor in the corner, it'll spoil. So do it properly. 2 men can finish the work in a jiffy, and then we'll be quits.
Hey, innkeeper, that beer.
All right. We'll do it.
Carrying a few sacks won't kill us. For sure, it's less daunting work than fighting bandits in the woods.
Aye, it's terrible about them bandits. We never had nothing like that here before. Like it or not, you can't pay what you owe me, so I'm putting you to work. Is that clear?
All right. We'll do it.
Glad to hear it. I can see you ain't stuck up like your mate. Where are you actually from, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, well, that's easy.
Skalitz.
From Skalitz, obviously.
Never heard of it.
Oh,
I ain't
you.
been further than the back off me whole life. But I
You
know this place
untraveled,
inside and out.
uncultured swine.
What's life like here?
Better now that you and your pal have finally had a wash.
This
Truth to
bitch.
tell, it used to be better. The war might be far
She's-
away, but more and more
First she
young
tells
lads
us we
are going
stink,
away to
then she
fight.
puts us to
But
work,
then
and
there's
then
a
she's just
shortage of
talking
folk
shit.
to do the work around here, and that's a big problem.
Where can I find work here?
First, you gotta carry them sacks for me, so don't bother looking anywhere else yet. But otherwise, you can find work anywhere. You just need to keep your eyes open and not be afraid to ask. Try Radovan the smith for one. He's a bit odd, but he'll pay decently for a helping hand. Come to mention it, he sat just round the corner there, if you want to ask him about it. And that fella next to him is Miller Crazel. He needs helpers now and then, but watch out for him. You know what they say about Millers.
I've heard things all right.
Well then, be careful.
I have no idea what they say about Millers. What do they say?
Is this the only tavern here?
In Troskovitz it is.
You must be doing pretty well then, eh?
I'd be doing a lot better if everyone paid their bills.
Look, you're already making us move
Where do
sacks.
you
Come
want
on.
the sacks moved
Lay
to?
off about the
To
bills,
the
okay?
pantry. That's the second door inside there. But I'd split the work with your pal if I was you. So you don't do yourself a mischief. It's his debt too, ain't it?
Where's the pantry?
Second door inside the tavern. You can't miss it.
I heard some talk about some wedding being planned here.
Ah, nobody's talking about nothing else. Young Lord Samin is marrying Agnes, the daughter of Thrush, our Troskovitz bailiff. And it's going to be a grand affair. When rich folks get married, that's a feast that's a lot different from when some tanner gets hitched to a bat house wench.
Will Lord von Berghoff be at the wedding?
How should I know what his lordship's plans are? But most likely he will be. Samine is his vassal.
Who is this?
So who is Lord Samine?
Can't you tell by the name? The Lord of Samine. The fort in the village belongs to him.
That makes sense.
Old Jan Samine is the head of the family. And his son's called Olda. And it's him who's getting itched. They used to be a rich family. Their glory's faded a bit, but they still have some clout.
Where's the wedding going to be?
At Samine, of course. I expect old Sir Jan and our bailiff will try to outdo each other in showing off their wealth.
Could I get to the wedding somehow?
I don't know about that, lad. It's for invited guests only.
Oh, we're getting to that wedding.
It seems that's really our only chance.
What's that?
Oh, nothing.
If you want to find out more, there's a couple of invited guests having an ale over there. Young Svatja there. He's the bride's brother. He can be a bit of a pain, but he's a good lad at heart.
Is that all you know about the wedding?
What else is there to know? I'm just looking forward to being a guest and having someone serve me for a change.
Wait, she's invited? How the hell did she get the invite?
I'll discuss it with my friend then.
And careful with them socks. I don't want you ripping them or anything like that. Here it comes.
All right, so first things first, we are going to need to talk to...
You too. How are you?
We're going to need to talk to the miller and the blacksmith right here.
Greetings to you.
Likewise, lad. I haven't seen you.
That's going to open up the pot. Oh, anyone recognize the voice?
We're messengers from Rattay, here to deliver a letter to Lord von Berghoff in the name of Sir Radzig, Cobbler of Dworitz, and Sir Hanish of Leipa.
Hear that, Crazel? A messenger, he says. Looks more like a scarecrow to me.
Don't talk
He's
shit.
a lame liar, all right. But he knows how to spin a good yarn. You can't deny him that.
I'm not lying. We're messengers. But everything got out of hand somehow.
Well, whether you're lying or not, no one will believe a word you say in them rags. What do they call you, lad?
Henry of Skalitz, obviously. We got
Henry of Skalitz.
We got to keep that up.
Fancy yourself a noble, it seems.
So, Henry.
A minor noble.
What was it you were after?
Minor son of a minor noble. Half son, adopted, twice removed.
I heard there's going to be a big wedding in these parts. What do you know about it?
That's right. A big affair in Samine.
Everyone wants to go.
And anyone who's not invited is trying to worm their way in somehow. Not me, though. I couldn't give a toss.
Because you weren't invited, eh?
Of course I was invited. But what do I care about young Samine and the bailiff's lass? We're all just playthings in God's hands. One day, our earthly bonds will vanish in time, like smoke.
Trying to sound clever again, are you, Crazel?
All I'm saying is that
Real
these
cheery
petty
fella right
affairs
there,
of
isn't
men
it?
leave me cold.
So that, it's going to be big. Even Lord von Berghoff himself is going to be at the wedding. And he hardly ever shows his face in
That
public.
guy is excited for absolutely no reason whatsoever. I take it he doesn't go to a lot of weddings.
I don't know. He's either locked away in his castle or traveling somewhere. And he's powerful and important. So the only chance of meeting him is at the wedding. At least for us who are invited.
And everybody will want something from him. He'll be dancing for joy, I can tell you.
Could someone get to the wedding without an invitation?
Someone? You mean? Forget it, looking like that.
Well, I think it might be possible. Using certain methods. Play of light and shadow, a cloak as
Oh, those
black as
millers.
night.
What are you going on about?
Those millers.
Poor Miller's witchery.
All right. I won't say another word.
Semine's bound to keep a damn close eye on his big day. So you won't get in without an invitation.
So, how can I get to the wedding?
The best thing would be to find a job that'll be needed there.
Aye. There's always lots of hands needed at a wedding. As the hours pass and the guests raise their goblets, they'll lower their guard.
I'd like to ask about the wedding again.
You've heard all you need to know, haven't you?
I'm looking for work.
And what can you do?
I can do a lot of things.
Blacksmith.
But mainly, I'm a blacksmith.
Bugger me. A blacksmith, you say? That makes two of us. And my apprentices have just vanished along with my goods, the bastards. When I'm swamped with work. If you're not talking shit and you can wield a hammer, we'll shake on it. And if you prove your worth, I'll even take you to that wedding.
Why would you work at a forge? Come and work for me at the mill. It's a cleaner job and easier. And I can get you to that wedding too.
Leave it out, you rogue. I asked him first.
So, for this part, we'll probably do both, but
my own power
we're going to do it at the smithy first, and there's a very good reason for that. Not only does it open us up to getting a certain old friend back early,
Whenever you're passing by that way,
we can also make ourselves a weapon that's a lot better than anything we can find in the open world currently.
About that job.
I look forward to
So
seeing
even
you
if
at
you
the
plan to
Tackle
go with the
Smithy.
miller as well, I definitely recommend
I haven't
going
been
to the
here
smithy
before,
first.
And I'd like to learn something about this region.
What's there to say? It's not a bad place to live.
Then go to the
It's
miller.
usually peaceful, thank God. I don't like too much excitement.
You've got good reason to hide, I reckon.
That's enough of your mudslinging. It's actually good to live in an estate where the
Mudslinging?
Lord's away most of the time.
That's true. Just a couple of villages, rocks, fields, not even a church worth the name, in fact. That's despite Otto van Burgo being one of the kingdom's most powerful nobles. The darkest place is under the candlestick, as they say.
When his lordship isn't in these parts, his chamberlain stands in for him. Ulrich von Schomberg's his name.
Schomberg?
I saw him on the gate tower when he sent us packing like beggars.
Yeah, what an asshole.
He's a right haughty bastard. On the other hand, he can be negotiated with.
If you can get to him.
Let's ask
So it's
one last
peaceful
thing
here.
about the Trosky region.
Is that all?
Aye. Except there's more trade right now because of the wedding.
But we'll be back to our old ways in a month from now. Thank God.
I've got to be going.
Wait, there's something else I want to ask. Out with the truth. You ain't no messengers.
We really are. We didn't look like this when we left Rattay. We set up camp down by the pond. And in the evening, we were attacked by bandits. They slaughtered our men. It was only through luck that we saved our skins. We lost everything. Even the letter. So they wouldn't let us into the castle.
Can't say I'm surprised. I'd send you packing myself. But it's true, there's bandits marauding in these parts. They're getting bolder and bolder. Even attacked a patrol from the castle recently.
Aye, these are evil times. Nothing ever happened like that in King Charles's day.
Farewell then, Henry.
Farewell.
Charles the
Clear
Fourth.
it is to me that
All right, here's what we found out, Hans.
I talked to that woman from the pond.
So I noticed, and you took your time coming back to me. It didn't look like she was too pleased to see you, though.
The main thing is, she denied ever being at the pond.
It's definitely her, though. You don't forget a figure like hers.
Oh, Hans.
I got the feeling she didn't want to talk about it
Yeah,
for some
horn
reason.
dog.
I did get something out of her, though.
What? Don't keep me in suspense.
Von Burgov is about to leave the castle.
Sacra! If he pledges to Sigismund before we can get to him, everything's fucked.
Calm down. Let me finish. There's also going to be a big wedding in the region. Young Sir Older, the son of a respected nobleman from nearby Semine Fort, is marrying Agnes, the daughter of Thrush, the local bailiff. It's the talk of the town. An invitation only, it seems. But getting to the wedding isn't as impossible as it might seem. There'll be lots of jobs to do for it. So we could get there as help for the blacksmith, or miller, and maybe someone else.
Why should some wedding in a shithole near Trosky be of any interest to us?
Because it looks like Von Burgov will be there.
Oh, that's fantastic news, Henry. So all we have to do is get on the guest list. And that
That's it?
shouldn't be a problem because you've got a cunning plan, right?
Of course.
Like I said, there's going to be a lot of work involved in a wedding like that. That's our chance.
Work. Well, if you want. But how will you get me to the wedding?
Well, I thought we could both get jobs there.
I'm sure there are other options.
There's something else we have to sort out first.
What a stuck-up
spoke to the innkeeper.
motherfucker.
I noticed that too.
And we can work off our debt. All we have to do is carry a few sacks of flour from that cart to the pantry. If we both do it, we'll be finished in no time.
Lug sacks? Are you yanking my noble pizzle?
No, I never think of doing such a thing.
I can't work. I'm a noble. What if someone saw me?
No one cares. Yeah, nobody's even going to recognize you.
Nobody will recognize you.
Maybe not now, but what about later? People will remember my face, and when everything's cleared up, word will get around that I lugged sacks here like some beggar, as if the disgrace at the gate wasn't enough. Oh!
Don't be spoiled.
Not everyone is born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Ordinary people have to work their whole lives. So you should be able to manage it too, at least for one day.
Henry, haven't you ever heard of the 3 states of man?
Would that be some aristocratic excuse?
Not so fast. It's God's law. Oratoris, the priests who pray for us. Laboratoris, the plebs who shovel shit and pay taxes. And Bellatoris, the warriors who protect the ones on their knees or in the fields. Now, which am I? So if you find me a sword, I can get to work. But wield a pitchfork or carry sacks? That's against God and nature.
So, which do I belong to?
Yeah, which one am I?
Good question. Before I'd have said you were a peasant, but it turned out that you're a noble's bastard. And you're pretty handy with a sword. And you've even been in a monastery.
There we have.
You're a bit of everything. But if you get your hands dirty with labour, it wouldn't be such an offence against divine order as in my case. Pure blood, noble status and that. In short, be so kind as to get to work. I promise I'll make it up to you.
Are you really not going to help me? It's just a couple of sacks.
Come now, Henry. What did I tell you about Bellatoris and the natural order of the world? I simply cannot carry sacks.
Stop behaving like a brat.
Spoiled brat manners now. Either we get to work, or we'll be stuck here forever.
Manners? I'll put manners on you. It's not long since I had to drag one sack through the night. And if I hadn't, that sack wouldn't be here now. So I think I've done my fair share. I mean it, Henry. Stop trying to push me.
Suit yourself, then. So,
if we're just going to keep doing it?
Come now, Henry. You can manage those few sacks by yourself.
Right.
What a lazy,
alone,
stuck-up shit.
If it makes you feel better.
How? Well, giving me a large estate?
That too, of course. Maybe 2 estates. But above all, once we're out of the worst, I'll help you find your dog.
I actually didn't see that
some gear,
before. Maybe
head into
it's
the forest and find Mutt in a trice. Although, if
I didn't know he would offer me to help Mutt find Mutt.
Looking for lost dogs is more like a huntsman's work. But let's pay no mind to that.
How generous of you, Lord Capon.
I know, my dear Henry. Such is my nature.
All right, let's get to work.
Hey, innkeeper, that beer? What?
We need 5 sacks.
Oh, that isn't half heavy. Oh.
Time to pay off our debt. Now, we are going to need to do all 5. And you'll see why in just a moment.
At the mill? Yeah, the place by the Zherovka stream. What then? Has the water sprite been up to his mischief again?
A large beer for me.
I don't think there's any more dialogue here to be had.
Greetings.
God rest his soul.
And get this, Miller Boschke says he was in the water at least a week, judging by the...
Cheers.
Just rudely interrupted their conversation. Is there anyone else we can talk to? No, it doesn't look like it.
How's it going?
Mustn't go. Blessings to you.
What do you got to say? Oh.
They get pretty heavy, I can tell you.
You ain't telling me nothing I don't know.
To success!
Get a move on then.
I was afraid they'd overcharge.
little mouse right there. So this is actually pretty cool. See that? If we push L1 to chat, we can actually open her trade menu straight off the bat without having to go through her chat menu. You can actually just walk up to them and instantly access it.
We lost every.
Ignore those people. We don't need any more problems. Don't let them provoke you, all right?
I'm perfectly calm. Some local wretches can't unsettle me. Keep working and take no notice of me.
Back to those.
You'll be finished in.
Oh wait, hang on. There was another dialogue option there.
Don't say another word. Those village yokels aren't worth it.
Henry, stop lecturing me like I'm some little brat and get on with your work.
Time to
and lost reputation for that.
You're a right lord of the sacks.
I heard about the attack by the pond, actually.
Spot
I
ya.
heard it was a massacre, and none of the strangers survived.
That was our company, but the two of us managed to get away.
Don't give him any more.
Bandits who attacked Lord von Bergov's men. Why the fuck doesn't anyone believe us?
Maybe because you've got
And here it goes.
What did you say?
See it again.
Oh.
It was their own fault.
What do you mean? They attacked themselves? What the fuck are you trying to say?
Everyone knows it's dangerous around Trosky. Making camp in such an unprotected place is suicide.
Where else were they supposed to make camp, smart-ass?
Somewhere in the rocks, maybe. Not out in the open by the pond. Only a fool would do that.
Don't insult our dead companions.
What dead companions? You think I'm gonna fall for that cock and bull story?
Pack it in, Henry. There's no point in arguing with this yokel. He fancies himself as a military strategist.
I don't believe a word you're saying. A weed like you surviving a fight against bandits even von Berghoff himself has trouble with?
Believe what you like, but I'm telling the truth. And in fact, I'm willing to overlook all your insults if you apologize right now. And invite me to that wedding.
Did you hear what that lying nobody wants?
I am Sir Hans Capon, Lord of Perkstein, and I demand your immediate apology.
I am Sir Hans Capon, Lord of Perkstein. Sir Hans Capon, Lord of Perkstein. You're starting to bore me. You and your silly made-up name.
No apology, then. It looks like I'm going to have to teach you a lesson.
Oh, I'm so scared.
You know I'm not one for wine. There'll be ale.
That's enough. Cut it out, both of you.
Both of
Mind
you
your
are
own business.
starting to get on my nerves.
Take your ragamuffin friend and get the fuck out of our village.
I give you a chance to apologize.
You sack of shit.
And you keep insulting me. Get ready to pick up your broken teeth with broken fingers.
Oh, I'd like to see that. Come on, then.
You scum!
Oh! Good hit. Here goes. All right. Defend Lord Capon. How many are we fighting here? Oh, Jesus. Mistimed that. There we go. Kicks are down below. There we go. Give him a nice little Spartan kick. Gotta watch our stamina. There we go. Take a couple of them off of Capon. Now it's a... Actually, Capon did some good damage to him.
Show your stuff.
See, so we're able to actually switch between opponents a little bit easier. Oh, Jesus. Oh, jeez. Yeah, see. Stamina is king here.
God wills it.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, once we ran out of stamina, they really pressed the attack.
Hey, cyclist don't spare him. I hope. Let him have it. I'll rip your ass open.
us?
Here.
Got him. Got him. Gotta keep circling.
Too slow!
You're a dead man. You know that?
Cut the bullshit and fight!
That's it. Shame on you.
Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Oh, God, now we've got 4 on us. Come on, Capon, you gotta do something here. For God's sake.
You have a me! Get him from behind!
I hope he doesn't hurt anyone else.
Get him while he's busy fighting someone else. See if we can win this. Oh, jeez. Oh, what? Where did you come from? You bastard. Tell him what we think of him. Oh! Oh, you thought you had me. Not today. I think it's once we win or after a certain amount of time. Why is Svatya's just hanging out at the front? Oh yeah, this is... damn it, Hans. Why do you always get us in this?
Bastards! This will cost you dearly. Keep your mouth shut and don't make it worse. What? You behave like a spoilt brat. How dare you speak... You know,
cut it out!
Shut up and done some work. We'd have coin by now and be on our way to the castle, but no, not his lordship. You've got a nerve.
If you hadn't have played the hero, we'd have been there long since, and I wouldn't have had to get you out of that mess.
Oh yeah, because this isn't a mess, is it?
Fuck off! Shut up! You'll get a whipping too.
Who threw that? That has to be the worst aim ever. That didn't even come anywhere near us. They're just throwing shit up.
Who the hell do you think you are?
Oh, we're gonna antagonize the shit out of them.
I'm fed up with pulling you out of the shit all the time.
You pulled me out of the shit! And who dragged you through the woods at night, eh? Better keep your mouth shut. I shouldn't have brought you along.
Well, that's something we can agree on. I could have been sitting in the mill instead of rotting in these stocks.
And whose fault is that?
It's you.
I don't fucking believe it. You're really going to blame me for it? It was you who caused the brawl. You should have listened to me and calmed down.
And let him insult me. Fat chance. If it hadn't been for me, we wouldn't have even been in that tavern. We've been in the shit right from the start because you had to play at being the knight in shining underwear, saving damsels in distress.
I don't believe it. You're trying to put the blame on me? Just like that?
Who else is to blame? You're just a simple peasant who has no idea how the world works.
So these are all new dialogue options that I'm selecting. So, okay, well,
and
you're a spoiled brat.
Who can't even hear himself.
What the fuck did you say? I've had it up to here with you. With you and your pontificating. You were supposed to make sure nothing went wrong. And how did that turn out? It was me who had to save your life. You're fucking useless. You couldn't even keep an eye on your own mutt.
Don't you mention mutt like that. Swear?
That's enough. Don't you fucking realise how badly you've been wronging me all this time?
We're just going to keep up that a-hole energy.
All your stupid fucking whims, and what do I get? Insults and accusations. But right from the start, you acted like you were on some nobleman's outing. All you cared about was whoring and boozing. You know full well the ambush was your fault, and now you're kicking out so you don't have to admit it.
What do you...
But let me finish. I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth like you.
Damn.
But unlike you, I'd have managed to deliver that message. And that's because I'm responsible and know how to behave in a way that doesn't make
Damn,
me feel
Henry,
ashamed.
calm down. I didn't realize it would...
my parents proud of me.
Jesus.
Which parents do you mean? Radzig?
You piece of shit.
Radzig, let's say. Nobody could be proud of you, Capon. Nobody.
Damn, that swear option goes fucking hard. I stayed silent before. I tried to make. I tried to bring a Proust to him. Damn. Henry had some some things to say, didn't he? He was keeping some stuff deep down inside on how he felt. Holy shit.
Time to go home. But I swear to Christ, if I catch you again, I'm gonna skin you both alive.
The likelihood that Von Berghoff. Yeah, like he's gonna take us serious being locked up in the pillory.
Oh, shit. Why? Where were we? Go on, get out of my sight.
What are we gonna do?
You can do as you like. You can go and carry sacks or dig latrines. I'll look after myself. I'll go and see Lord von Berghoff at the wedding. I bid you farewell.
And off he goes.
Oh. Yeah. If I were in your shoes, I'd be glad to be rid of the good for nothing, huh? Yeah.
Is that Fritz?
All right, off you go.
It's Fritz. Friendless. Our only friend abandoned us in a big new open world.
I suppose I really do need to find some job. I'll find muck without you, you stuck-up Lord of Perkstein.
Always make sure to speak to her first. She's going to be the one that can actually get you on your feet and let you know what there is available around the area.
What do you want from me?
I don't want anything from you. I should actually be thanking you.
So Bara, very important early game character, especially for anyone new to the game.
But I didn't make any real coin till today. And that's thanks to you. The scene you made brought out nearly all of Troskowitz.
You're welcome. At least it was good for something.
Oh well, not many people can make such a strong first impression. But look on the bright side. Now things can only get better.
Yes, you're probably right. It doesn't get much worse than that. Unless somebody tries to kill me. Again.
You're still alive in one piece. It's a new day and the sun is shining. Like Tomcat always says, bruises build character.
Hey, you. What's your name?
Tomcat,
anyway?
you say?
What do you do?
I'm Bara. Just Bara.
Looks like you know your way around here pretty good. You're from here, right?
I ain't. I'm just passing through.
Where are you headed? If you're only passing through here.
For work. To the city. I'm tired of serving landholders. They all promise the moon, but then you're eating stale bread, cold porridge, and a Naria groschen in sight. With the city folk, it's bound to be better.
You're something like a wanderer.
Nah, I usually find work with someone, stay for a while, and once I save a bit, I move on.
Then why are you
A
begging?
nomad.
Sometimes I collect herbs for the apothecary, or help in the tavern. But I'd like to go somewhere else, so I'm scraping up whatever I can. But on
What
the
accent
whole,
is that you say
could
that?
say I'm a traveller or a nomad.
I can't even
But
say it
don't
like
say
that.
it too loud.
Apothecary.
The locals don't take kindly
Apothecary?
to them.
Why?
Because they're different.
It's kinda
and it
strange.
scares people. They travel from place to place and take their home with them.
I'd like to see what their homes look like.
You can go and see them, just don't stare too long.
You said you were going to a city. You mean like to Prague?
I'd like to go to Prague, but I don't know anybody there. In Kuttenberg, at least I have a cousin.
Aha. So you're going to visit her?
We might run into her again
She doesn't know it yet.
later.
But I won't be troubling her long, just until I find a way to make a living.
Why exactly are you helping me?
Why? Why? Because you look like you need it. I've been in the ship plenty of times, and I know how
I
appreciated
don't know if she
a
can read,
helping hand
honestly.
is in times
Not to
like
not to
that.
sound rude by any means, but
What do you wanna do
reading
in
is
the
a
city?
very rare
I'll
skill.
find something.
Especially
I'm not
at this
afraid
time.
of work. I'm not half-witted. maybe someone could use a cook or a servant.
Don't get your hopes up. The city can be a pretty dangerous place.
Then
for a
again, if
girl
she
on
was
her
working
own.
for the apothecary, I feel like she might need to learn how to read.
And the streets aren't full of roasted stuffed geese. I appreciate your concern, but I have to get to the city first. That's going to take me a long while yet.
Do you know anything more about Tomcat?
So Tomcat is going to be our original trainer,
He loves showing off
taking
to
the role
girls.
of Captain Bernard.
How does he show off for the girls?
With his muscles. He ricks logs with his hands. He even let himself be run over
Oh,
by a
the
loaded
actor.
A-wagon.
Yeah, could be.
Crazy. But to be fair to him, he sometimes helps people. Stanislav's sheep fell into a pit one time.
And Tomcat pulled it out.
And not just that, he crawled down to get it. And when he found the poor thing had a broken leg, he carried it on his back all the way home.
Pretty impressive.
Where might I run into Tomcat?
In the camp by the tower, that is, by Rock Tower Pond. He watches the camp for the nomads.
Should I watch out for them?
No, I don't think so. They mind their own business, but strangers usually mean trouble for them, so they're careful. Try not to stare too hard and hold your tongue, otherwise Tomcat will show you some of his other skills.
Do you think Tomcat might teach me a few of his tricks?
No offence, but compared to him, you're a bit of a lightweight.
A
I don't
lightweight?
want pull wagons, but if he can handle a weapon, I'd be happy to train a little with him.
Well, one of the guards tried to take him on and came back whipped like a dog, moaning like he'd been broken in two.
Well, sure. If he's that strong, I'm not surprised.
More like some trick he's got that our watch doesn't know. Or at least that's what the poor man said.
Okay, well, Tomcat, combat training 1. And then if we want to find out where we
Nobody's
can
gonna want to even talk
get
to me
some of
like
the
this.
markers
At least
around,
you're not walking around bare-assed. Although that might not be a sorry sign.
we want
very
to
funny. I'd rather
we
you
want to
tell
go
me
ahead
where I
and
might
speak
get
to her a
some
little
clothes.
bit more
And
about
what
what's
do
in
you
the
have
area.
mind? Brocade and satin, a monk's robe, or perhaps Sir Brunswick's armour?
Could
I
use
could
some armor.
Proper, like, for a night. And no rusty junk.
And you are like a knight?
Well, yeah. I don't look so good. But I swear I came here in armor, sword at my side, and on a horse.
Wow.
Yeah, we have none of that
And
now.
Where is your armour, sword, and horse now?
That's a long story.
Gone.
And it's
Completely
not a happy
gone.
tale.
Well, you can hardly buy new armour now, but you might find something in the town hall armoury, although you'll need quick hands.
That'll come in handy.
Thanks. These will come in
And we
handy.
got a
Just
lockpick.
don't get yourself caught again.
I have no money. I might as well beg on the village green like you.
The hell you will. This is my turf.
Oh, shit.
Here you go. I'll skip supper. It's partly your doing anyway.
Wow. I mean, thank you. Seriously.
Yeah, don't start crying. You'd better find some work quick.
A whole 5
I
groschen.
really need something to wear.
I can see that. Save up for something or use those lockpicks. Either way, I can't help you anymore.
Damn. I could use a horse. It'll take years to get to Semin on foot.
Don't exaggerate. This province is small.
Still, it'll be faster with a horse.
There's a stud farm in Semin, renowned far and wide.
And which way is Semin?
Southwest from here, not too far. There's a road goes right there from the green. Just go down the hill. Once you see the walled farmhouse, you're there. Though I'll be a queen before you can afford a horse from Semin.
Do you know where I might find accommodation?
Betty in the tavern lets people sleep in the hay. But you have to pay.
I'm not going near that tavern. I'd catch hell again. Got any other ideas?
If you find some work, maybe you'll get a place to sleep too.
My main concern is getting to that wedding in Semi. Do you know anything about that celebration?
Well, yeah. People are talking of nothing else. The Lord's son is getting married to the sister of that lout he was fighting with.
How much time do you think I have? Have the preparations already begun?
From what I hear, the bride's dress still ain't finished, and blacksmith Radovan still ain't started smithing the gift for the groom. So, no rush.
Hopefully by then I'll find a way to sneak in.
Yes, we will.
Oh well.
All right,
Nice to
so
meet
we've
you.
kind of got
Well, I should
our
probably get going.
objectives. We've got our
Get a
feet
job.
underneath us as
So
far as what we need to
Don't
do,
worry, you'll
how we
manage.
need to do it,
Till we meet again.
and that's that. Now, let's go ahead and equip some of this stuff. Now, the one complaint that I do have, it seems like the game is very adamant to like always take shit off you. So you'll spend all this time prepping all three of your, you know, loadouts, right? So when in my main run, I had like a knight's one where it was fully armored. I had a stealth one, and I had like kind of like a lord's one, whatever I needed a lot of charisma. Well, whatever you happen to be wearing at the time that you get to a certain story element, it just completely strips you of that coat of armor. So I found myself a lot of times in the late game where I go into like some sort of a cutscene wearing all my armor, and then immediately it comes out into a fight and I'm wearing like some bullshit that I did not equip. So it made it much harder. I wish they wouldn't do that quite so much. It is a little bit annoying when you spend all this time trying to get, you know, something together, and it just kind of gets taken off like against your will in a way. But so here is, everyone see that? I don't know why all those markers are showing up. That seems like a bit of a bug. What the hell? What? Warhorse? What's up with this? Why do I have... Well, that's not meant to be there. Yeah, holy shit. How... How do I have all that shit showing? That was definitely not in the original run. Because traditionally you need Explorer. This is the one the entire map is revealed. Well, whatever. Day one. I mean, what can you do? Now, so we're going to head up here over to Takov to the blacksmith. And early game, navigation is kind of rough. Just because it's all done on foot. We don't have a horse. We don't have our dog. We don't have anything right now. It literally kind of just drops you in the world right here, and you're just kind of expected to find your way around. But we do have a couple quest markers, so go and see Tomcat. We can start to look for Mutt. We can either go to the wedding with the help of the blacksmith, or we can get to the wedding with the help of the miller. Now, the reason I suggest going through the blacksmith at first is not only is that going to be your blacksmithing tutorial, so anyone curious on how to blacksmith, but there's also a quest that he gives you that gives you a lot of advantages in the early game. And I will try to showcase that right now. Do have to be careful though, because there are random encounters, there are bandits, and we are very poorly equipped to deal with any of that. But we're officially in the open world. This is fully explorable. We can do whatever we want when we want. I'm still shocked by why the hell all those quest markers are showing. Doesn't really make much sense. World is absolutely gorgeous though, especially here in everywhere here. Let's get this nest here. The aiming mechanic is slightly off when you're throwing the rocks. Oh, another lockpick. I'll take that. We're up at 3. Overgrown dugout. What do we have here? Got some mushrooms. Some cave mushrooms. And medium. We are not going to have the skill for that, are we? Nope. Not even worth trying. You're literally just going to break a lockpick. I'm telling you, the lockpicking is so hard early game. It's better to avoid it until you can build up some skill, in my opinion. Now, I don't know if that's because I'm not used to it being the simplified method that the game had before, because I was using both the thumbsticks. So, I don't know if that's just a me problem, like a skill issue, or if it really is hard. I guess now that the game is released, we'll hear what other people have to say. But early game, I was struggling. And then late game, it almost feels too easy. Every single even very hard chest that you come across, you can just get through without a problem. Towards the end game, I legitimately just put one lockpick on my person because I knew I was just never going to break it. There's Trosky. It is kind of cool how anywhere in this region that you are, so no matter where, even all the way down here at the mill, you can see Trosky pretty clearly. Like, it really does stand out anywhere you are in the region. Less time being stuck in a hedge. Yeah, no, it is a lot better, honestly. I mean, look, even like a big bush like this, we can actually walk through it. All that happens is the character comes to like a slower pace because you are wading through some bushes. But yeah, everything, the hit detection makes a lot more sense. Like, you're not getting stuck on nonsense. In fact, the only invisible barriers that I've ever even run across, like truly invisible as to I don't know why I can't go, is on the edges of the map. And it has a very similar way of dealing with it as the first game did, where he just basically says, well, I can't leave yet. But other than that, I mean, yeah, the feeling of the game is fantastic. And see, we've got new mechanics for jumping over stuff. We can either jump over it like that, or anytime we come across anything, we can vault over it. And here we are in Takov. Now, especially when you're starting out, it makes a lot of sense. Always go to whatever tavern is there and speak to the innkeeper. They're going to have all the local gossip, and that's what's going to be what puts quest markers on your map. So you can ask them, what's the news? And they'll tell you everyone that's passed through or all the rumors they've heard. And that'll kind of get you on your way to knowing what to do next. So notice right now, we don't really have any quest markers, right? We have the quest tipster right there, but no actual quest markers themselves. Another tipster right there, which is going to be the innkeeper in Troskowitz, but she doesn't have anything for us because she's still kind of pissed at us for starting the fight. So that's why I skipped over this one. But right now, let's talk to the one here in Takov, which is Inner Prochek.
I wish you a pleasant morning.
And we can ask him what's going on around here, and he'll give us all the local news.
Vostotek, Lord von Beregov's huntsman, is a regular here. He might have some work for you. He's got a cottage near Vidlak Pond. So if you know your way around the woods, you could go and offer him your help. I hope he hasn't started drinking somewhere else. He's my best customer. You could also stop by and see Old Mouth. He's the local storyteller. He could tell you all sorts of interesting things, but only if you bring him some liquor. Don't forget, I have some here to sell, if you want. I'm working on a little practical joke myself. We have this little dispute with the Geliovites. You might be interested. And that's all I'd say.
Sounds interesting.
There we go. We got 3 potential side quests, right? And then we can always ask him again. I think he'll repeat them, or he'll just say nothing new. Yeah, so once we have all the markers on the map, see, so now if we check, we've got a new quest right there, a new quest over here with the huntsman, and the one with Mouth right there. So that's the 3 that we got off of this innkeeper. But for now, I want to speak to this blacksmith here. We can get this tutorial underway. We can start his quest. We do have a hunting sword too, so let's go ahead and sharpen this up. So this has, it works much the same, except in the old game, Anyone playing on controller, you'll know. So you have to spin the wheel like this, but you also used to have to hold this one down to apply pressure. That's gone. Now all you got to do is just position it and spin, and you should go. And what we're looking for is white sparks. So see how we're going normally and it's yellow sparks? You want to get it to, see, right there. The sparks are white. That's going to be the sweet spot that we want this blade at. That's going to give you the sharpest blade and the quickest. And once we have it at above 98%, see how it's razor sharp? And Henry will actually comment that it's all done. And if we look, it's at 100. So, a lot of UI elements to help you out as far as knowing what to do, especially if it's something that's new to you. And see, we can access his inventory as well, just through L1, or we can actually talk to him.
Yokel? Speak up or get lost.
Yokel? That's... didn't you invite me here?
You said in the alehouse that you could do with a helping hand at the forge, didn't you?
I could. My last 2 hands, well, they're not worth mentioning. And what with the wedding coming up, the work is piling up. Ah, what's your name? Henry?
That's right.
You said something in the tavern about being a blacksmith's son, didn't you?
Aye, that's me. My father was a swordsmith, and not just any. He even forged swords for the nobility.
For the nobility, eh? Well, that kind of experience will come in very handy for me indeed. As it happens, I have to forge a wedding present for young Lord Semine. A fine sword.
So you'll take me on?
Hold your horses. I'll have to try you out first. You could forge me a hunting sword as a test, so I can see if you can make a straight blade.
You're back, Agent X? How do you like it so far?
That shouldn't give you much trouble if your father was a swordsmith, should it?
Sure.
Let's get started. So this is going to be our blacksmithing tutorial.
Great. Find some iron and get started then.
Iron?
You can't make a sword out of butter, but if you don't have your own stuff, you can
What, you
get everything
can't?
from the
What about a
chest
butter
in my
knife?
forge.
Aren't those made out of butter? So all the material is right there in the chest. Go over to the anvil. And same thing, like with potions, if you have all the materials that you need, you'll see that little blue check mark show up.
Furnace is cold.
We can start crafting.
Give it a practice try. Some things, like swords, are too long to fit in the fire. You have to heat it up. Try poking it around for a bit.
You're riding in with Hans now? There you go. Just getting started.
Furnace, nice and hot. There's a lever above you. Give it a pull. It works the bellows.
Okay, so now we just hold R2. That's going to heat the piece up, and you want to do it kind of evenly. I like to start all the way in and kind of work my way up. Now, you don't want to get it too hot. You want it right at about yellow without going white. So right about there is good. And then that's it. Heat it all up, and now we take a look at it. See, that's good, and it's not sparkling, which means it's too hot.
See, it's the color of straw, which is what you want, and you
Okay.
heated the whole thing up. Nicely
Now we
done.
go over to the
Now you can go
anvil.
straight to the anvil.
And here we want to find a rhythm. So we want to hit different parts of it.
Now take the hammer and try hitting it a few times.
So I like doing short strikes like this.
See the sparks? That's the sign of a good strike.
But we don't have a lot of stamina right now. You could also do like big strikes like
You
this.
can hammer with different degrees of power. A stronger hit will do more, but it'll tire you out faster. Try giving it a few blows, as hard as you can, so I can see how strong you are. That's got a nice ring to it. Of course, if it was all about hitting an anvil with a hammer, any dolt could do it. You've got to hammer the workpiece evenly. One hit next to the other.
And we want to do it evenly throughout the
You're
piece.
doing just fine. But when I say evenly, I mean it. A sword has two sides, like a lot of other things.
You want a lot of sparks to come off it, because that means it's a part that's actually going. If you hit a part that's not, this is rough in the early game because we do not have a lot of stamina. But see how there's not much sparks at the bottom, but then once we go to the middle, a lot of sparks come out, which means we need to work on the middle a bit more.
Forging it on both sides. The closer it is to being finished, the more it will take on the shape you want. It'll cool off soon anyway.
We'll need to focus a bit more on the top. See, so right now it's cooling off a lot, so we will need to put it back in the furnace. As you get better at blacksmithing, not only you, but the character itself.
It's cooled now. You can't do it all in one go. You've got to put it.
We'll need to put it back in the forge. Like I said, this is only for the start. But most of the time, towards the mid to late game, I was able to get it done all in one. Now, there we go. Get it back up to that straw kind of yellow color. We want a straw yellow, not quite white hot. So that's like right on the verge of being too much, but right there is about where you want it. Yeah, I know, right?
Besides the sparks, you can tell a good strike by the sound it makes. See how it's taking on the right shape? That's how you can tell it's almost finished. Now, I've got a piece of advice for you. Hammer to a rhythm. When I hammer a piece to a beat,
Oof, we are tired as hell.
there you go.
There it is.
Got it finished. All that's left is to temper it.
Quench and
the
finish.
sword will be done. The rest is just tweaking.
So we're going to temper it and go, and then at the end of this, we get a rating on how good of a job we did. So if we like overheated it, if we hit the wrong spot too many times, it's going to, you know, lower the quality of the blade. This one should be a 3. We didn't overheat it. We hit all the right parts, so it should be a 3 with a potential 4th once we get the right perk and the maintenance skill. So see there, it says quality 3. So that was a good
right.
first attempt
Let's
at it.
have a look. Very nice work. Your father taught you the trade well.
He'd certainly be happy to hear that.
Yes, you can create your own sword.
As well as you did today, you've definitely got a job here. Even so, keep in mind, it's all about making sure every strike does its job. That's why you can't let it get cold or keep striking the same spot. If you work evenly, each strike falling right next to the last one, you can't go wrong. Got that? Or is there something else you want to ask about?
What good does it do me to whistle?
So the whistling,
it
helps you keep in a rhythm. Yeah.
How do I know a good strike from a bad one?
By the sparks that fly up, and by the ring. It rings out with a different
Hey, what's up,
sound
Doc?
when you do it
Helical's
right.
lagging. Continue in an hour and a half. Oh, a few more coming over? Hey, come on in.
What's the right way to heat up the workpiece?
Come on in.
It turns the color of straw.
I might actually stop in with Helical stream a little bit later on too. I'm sorry he was lagging. He might try to reach out to him, see what's going on.
Don't work it cold. You just ruin it. But don't overheat it either. As soon as sparks start to fly off it in the furnace, take it out.
Why should I forge evenly?
If you keep hammering the same spot, but jumping from one end to the other ain't a good idea neither. You'd end up working unevenly. The best thing to do is aim each strike next to the one before.
How will I know it's finished?
Notice the shape. The closer you are to finishing, the more precise the shape it will have.
Thanks. That's all I need to know.
You can sleep in the chamber by the woodshed. And there's a chest where you can keep your things. And of course, you
There
can
we go.
use the
So now
forge
we've got a
anytime
bed.
you want.
We've got our shared
Any
chest.
questions?
We've got a sword we can use.
Where can I get materials?
You can buy some essentials from me. But if you want to make a fancy sword with lots of ornamentation, you'll have to look elsewhere.
Oh, that'll come
This is
later.
just a village, you know. The locals ain't after luxury. They can't afford it neither.
Yeah, the whistle's pretty cool because it does tunes from the first game.
What can I do with the items I've forged?
Well, you could sell them, though you probably won't have much luck around here. But I'll happily buy some of the nicer things from you.
Where exactly is my bed?
At the side of the house. There are 2 doors.
I want to do a
and
set of
wheelbarrow
horseshoes
between
as
them.
well.
You go
Because
in by the
horseshoes
rear
are a
door,
little bit
next to
harder.
the woodshed, and you can put your things in the chest.
Is
there.
already wanted in jail in 2
Don't worry,
towns? Oh,
nobody
geez.
will
Of course.
steal them.
Of course Hellcal is. Why wouldn't he be, right?
What do you think? You're not going to be idle. I'll find you some work to do right away. You're pretty good at swords, but what the locals really need is
There we go.
axes and
And we can get some horseshoes now.
Right. Here are some simple drawings that show what they're both supposed to look like. And some iron. You can get down to it right away.
Just like that?
And we'll do that.
You aren't going to help me?
Sacre, lad.
Unfortunately
I
not.
chose you because you already know a thing or two.
No armor.
I'm not going to look over your shoulder all bloody day. You take care of these small
Or at least not yet. Maybe in a future update.
And
Maybe.
then sell it all. Once you've made some coin and feel like being out in the open
But
again,
so far,
I'll give you
long swords,
some more
short swords,
interesting work.
sabers, axes, lockpicks, horseshoes, stuff like that. We can do all that. So let's go ahead and learn. So this is the way we learn. We have sketches and recipes. Now, for some reason, it always takes you straight to the recipe book if you want. So I'm just going to say no. And then we can go to it once we learn everything. And then once we go over here to crafting, so swords, we have a hunting sword, long sword, axes, we have a work axe we can make, or we can make some farmer's horseshoes. And then as far as potions, we know the savior snop and the chamomile decoction. Let's go ahead and what did he say? He said something. Oh, he's got that other extra work for us. But in the meantime,
what can I do for you?
There's a couple more.
Ask away.
Thanks.
okay, so nothing more about blacksmithing.
I heard you. It can be done. What are you
And
interested?
he's a skill trainer for craftsmanship, just the basic. 100 groschen for there, but we can't really afford anything right now. And then tell
It's
me about the
those
more
2
interesting
idiot
job.
hands
That
of
is the
mine,
one we need to
Vincent
do.
and Francie.
To go
They
and
drove
find
off
his
with a
former
cart full
help.
of goods towards Semin, and they never came back.
Do you want me to find them?
Just so. But more importantly, I want to know where my cart ended up, and especially the cargo. Go to Semin and find
Might
out
be.
what the bloody hell happened.
Have you any idea which way they might have gone? I could have a look along the way. Maybe their cart broke down or something.
There's only one road to Semin that can take a cart. It leads from Takov to Troskovitz, and then to the south. But I've got a bad feeling they got up to no good in Semin.
Those 2 hands of yours, Venza and Franzi, what can you tell me about them?
Can't tell you much. They're wandering laborers. I don't think they wanted to stay here with me for long, but these days I can use all the help I can get.
Were they suspicious in any way?
No, they worked hard. They ain't no slackers. And I can't say that about everyone.
What was the cart carrying?
Bugger and bollocks. All sorts of stuff. I'd say Lord Semin wants to rearm his garrison with new equipment. There were some hunting swords, bastard swords, crossbow bolts. I also
The swords
fixed the
had no
trigger on
fathers?
young Semin's crossbow. And some kitchen stuff. Sacks of charcoal, all sorts of things. There's a good month's work in that cartload.
We'll definitely need to get it back.
I'll get right on it then.
Go ahead. And if you find that pair of fools drunk, kick their asses for me.
Gladly. I'll kick some sobriety into them. Can I ask you about that cart?
What is it you need to know?
Oh, okay.
right.
Never mind. We already got all the info.
Time's waste.
Now, to get some early money, I am going to do a little bit more blacksmithing, because early game money is actually kind of hard to get a hold of, especially when you don't have like a really good set of skills, you know, or everything isn't doing that great. And then the most important thing is, especially if you forge a sword that you plan to use in combat, always make sure to sharpen it, because they don't come straight out of the smithy sharpened, which makes sense. You've just been hammering on it with, you know, on an anvil, so it's not going to be sharp. Now, I am going to do, what's the most expensive thing? So hunting swords are 82 a piece. We can make a couple of those. I'm also going to do one set of horseshoes to show you the difference between doing horseshoes and and swords, because horseshoes are a little bit more difficult, just in the sense that you actually have to aim a little bit. You know, swords just have the up and down motion, so you'll hit it every time. You just have to find the right place to hit it. Horseshoes, you'll miss unless you do it the proper way. If you're trying to go all the way above your head and come down on it, usually won't work out great. More kid, what's going on? The champ. So I like to do little ones like this. Which do wear you out, but you'll at least hit the horseshoe every time. Yep. Plus, I like that song. So it changes depending on your rhythm. We're doing these little tiny, baby strokes, but. Spoiler free. So, I mean, I don't know about spoiler free just because we are playing the game, but yeah, no, I'm not talking about anything that happens in the future. So I'm not just gonna spoil the ending of it on the first stream. We're just playing through. Yeah, stamina is rough in the early game. I'm not gonna lie. You really can't do a whole lot. Okay, back to the forge. Once our stamina gets up, this becomes a lot easier. But yeah, at the beginning, you wear out quick. Plus, you can get a hidden perk if you do a lot of forging. It's called Hammered. So stamina is used 10% less in combat. So it's worth doing. There's definitely some incentive to it.
And that's it.
There it is. You won't be buying the game soon, trying to avoid major spoilers. I mean, it's just going to be a regular playthrough, so whatever spoilers you would get from playing the game as you normally would, that's the only spoilers I'm going to do. I'm not going to be revealing anything that happens in the future. Okay, so we've got our horseshoe, and the thing is with the horseshoes, they don't have tiers. It's just either you completed it or you didn't, so you don't really have to be all that careful when forging horseshoes as you do with like swords and stuff, because depending on what tier of sword you do, that's going to determine its selling price and everything like that. So Morkid, if you actually check out Strat Gaming, that's the other channel that I work with for KCD2. He's got one out right now that's 100 tips and tricks of both of our playthroughs. We both kind of contributed. Why is it not moving? There it is. It wouldn't let me move the sword. So yeah, if you're looking for any sort of tips, there we go. Got it just to the point where it's good. It's called Strat Gaming Guides. If you actually go to my YouTube page, you'll see it's linked in there. Like right on my homepage, you'll see other channels you can see me on. It's his, there's his channel name. So that's where I did my review for this game. And any of the guide stuff that I have coming out, it's probably going to go on there. I need to figure out what I want to do on my channel, honestly, for this game. Because I don't really want to start, honestly, doing any challenge runs until hardcore mode. I feel like...
I'm about half done.
Like, I don't know. Challenge runs won't really have the same thing in normal mode. In my opinion. It's just... It's hard to stay low level. even without grinding. Like, I didn't grind in my first 2 playthroughs, and I found the leveling to be a little bit too generous. Found it? Awesome.
This is almost done.
No, it's cold. We got to take it back. Challenge run using only your forged weapon. Honestly, that's the opposite of a challenge run, I'll be honest, because the weapons you can forge are like some of the best. It's almost like you would have to do the challenge run by not forging a weapon. I wish for one thing, though, that you would be able to craft armor as well, so we could do like a an Iron Man run where you have to forge all your own weapons, no trading. You have to actually find all the pieces yourself. That would be kind of cool, because quite a few of them are only really carried by the merchants, or at least that's the easiest way to get hold of it, is from the merchants, the materials. So we'd have to like build up our stealth skill so we could steal it, then forge it ourselves. But as of now, nothing in the way of armor. So quality level 3, and we got a perk. Let's see, we've got a speech level that we can take. Sell and buy weapons and armor for 10% better prices. Selling weapons and armor at near perfect condition will gain 10% more money. And sell potion herbs. I think for now, sell and buy weapons and armor at 10%, because that's both ways. We can sell and buy, and we are going to need to buy some stuff. I'm going to take this one first. Then we're going to take polished wares. It's all about timing. Thorough maintenance, repairs by craftsmen. You know what? I'm going to do the 7 League boots, which is similar to the 7 Mile boots in the first game, because if we're wearing boots, we use less stamina. So once we get a cobbler's kit, that's going to come in really handy with our stamina management, and that's it. Oh,
what do you hurry?
Hang on. Before we do that,
I'm sorry.
I plan to sell him a couple things. Let's go ahead and make this nice and sharp. That way it's worth more money. We'll see our razor sharp perk prompt once it's good and sharp. There it is, up in the top right. Let's get some initial grosh in here.
What do you...
And I think we're going to sell him this one and one of these. And we're going to hold on to one of them. Yeah, we're going to hold on to one of those. I think we can honestly make another one. Faceting materials, that might be the play, just to get some initial stuff going here. He's not going to have anything we can afford. Maybe outside of some material to make more stuff even. But I think for now, that's going to be good. We have the potential to make 21. We can haggle up a little bit to get some more. Haggling system works much the same. Now, the one difference is, though, if you piss them off and they refuse to trade with you, you won't have the option to haggle with them again until later. So you really don't want to push yourself, otherwise you will be paying full price. But as of now, let's go ahead and equip this one that we made. That's everything. Let's head on down to Sameen, which is here. Wash ourselves off a little bit. And we'll go to look for that, for that missing cart. What do I have for money right now? 28. That's not really quite enough, unfortunately. But I think if we're able to convince somebody, we might just be able to get away with it. It's slow going in the beginning. Without a horse, you really do feel kind of secluded, like you really are in a strange new place and have to really work it out on your own. It's a bit disorienting. To be basically put in the world and says, go out and figure it out. You know, the game doesn't really... it points you in the right direction, but it doesn't hold your hand. Like right now, I'm not incentivized to go to Sameen. I just know that that's the right place to go. Hey, Sven, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. I want to see if I can also... Oh. Hear that? Wolves. Oh, wolves are right little bastards. Let me tell you. If they swarm you, that'll end a run real quick. Especially without armor. Like right now we're in real danger. Okay, so we've got a boar hunting spot right here. And oh look, another. Got it. Get back here. Oh, we got an egg. Good. We've got some food. My Red Riding Hood? Not this time around. We'll have to buy one at a later date, but as of now, we don't have any of Henry's drip. His green shirt, his red hood, his work boots, none of it. Looks like there is another nest somewhere over here. Yes, right up there. We're gonna need to back up a lot to get that one. That, or it might not actually be gettable. See, this is what I mean. Unless it's really high up there, that one you might need to do with archery, which, because we don't have a bow right now, that's not really doable. Let's sprint a little bit, get there a bit quicker. I don't want to run into an ambush. We don't have much skill to make our way through. Can we just admire some of the scenery though? Like the lighting, the rock formations. It is a gorgeous game. Ooh, that might be another one that's a little out of reach. No, actually, no, we can get it. In theory. If I can get my aim right. Gotta compensate for the drop. I might be overshooting it. Let's try to go in a little bit. There it is. Ooh, lockpick. So we're up to 4 now, I believe. I'll camp by the road. See, so these are kind of nice because you can actually sleep here, but bandits can also stop here. So I'm not sure if you can actually get robbed in the middle of the night. We'll have to check. But yeah, Jesus, I don't know why all these markers are here. That's got to be a bug. Those aren't supposed to be shown. Now, enemy camp. We need to go. I'm trying to think of the best way to earn money at the start, and I think, honestly, it's gonna be around here. That's where we need to go. It's gonna be my first stop. Then we can head over to Lord Semine.
Huh?
Oh, whoa, whoa, no, dude.
Welcome.
Don't get all aggro on me.
Getting any bites?
Bah! Don't get me started. No luck today. Then again, I've never been much of a fisherman. Crayfish, though. That's another story.
Crayfish?
And they taste better anyway.
Where's the best place to catch some crayfish?
The other side of the pond. There's this shallow spot. They like it there. Not only is there a lot of them, but sometimes you find these, greenish, bluish ones. Something in between. My
Loot goblin?
God, I've never had a taste of your crayfish.
Well, if you're so bad at it, why do you fish at all?
That's not the point. See how beautiful it is here? It puts one's mind at ease.
Well, best of luck. Hope you catch something.
Thank you. Farewell.
All right, so we got a crayfish spot. Now, originally, I don't know why this bug is here that everything is shown, but originally when you speak to him, this spot will show up, the crayfish shoal. Right now, it just seems to be just displaying everything, which is kind of weird. But day one, it's to be expected. There's some buggery. Pretty minor. If anything, it helps people out that have no idea where all the different towns are on the map. Let's see, nothing going on here. We are going to need to also pass by the other pond that we can't buy. First, I don't know who's searching for me. Why is that little hair searching? There we go, it went away. I thought we might have pissed someone off. Make sure we're on the right side of the pond, which we are currently not. Okay, I think once we pass this second bridge, we can make a right. Let me double check. Looks to be, yep, there's the Alchemy bench. I'm pretty sure that's not yeah, that's Bojena's. Okay, so this is where we were at the start. Bojena's just up there. We're not going to stop by hers yet. We're going to wait a little bit. I'm a man on a mission at the current moment. I don't think we're going to run into anything funky here. Let's go up through. Okay, and this is actually the original spot where we need to find Mutt.
What do you want? Come here.
What do you want?
Just to wish you a good day.
Really?
Good to see you, lad.
Do you?
Really? It seems to me I'm in your way.
Ha! Not at all. That poor fella didn't have anything interesting on him. But you might.
What? Hang on a sec. Let's talk about this.
I'm almost as poor as that dead man there. I was just robbed of everything I had.
Well, that's some bad luck. Losing everything twice in a row like that.
You bastard.
So, what'll it be?
Why do you think the poor dead man is lying here? He's far from the only one. I saved myself only because I swam naked across the pond.
Right. I was thinking to myself, there's nothing left here that's worth anything.
They even killed my dog here.
Oh, what a fucking mess. Clear off before I change my mind.
Oh, is that
Before we
so?
part ways, have you seen a dog?
A dog? No, I haven't. But when I'm out at night, laying in looking for work, I often hear wolves howling by the rocks near the pond.
Oh, there's something lying over there. I hope it's not Mutt.
Gotcha. Ah. Ha! Thought you would get away. Give me all your stuff. Ooh, military sword. You've got some nice stuff. Thanks, man. Should have killed me while you had the chance. No one gets out for free.
Dead.
What about you?
Robbed of everything.
Yeah,
Just
so
like
this is the
Take
spot
on
where
left
we
him,
fell.
And there's no trace of Mutt.
That's the spot right there. Yep, he doesn't have shit. And this body actually remains here. It's for quite a while, so we can examine the animal here.
Oh, a nice bit of venison. And something took a good bite of it. Could Mutt have been here? Mutt's nowhere around. Someone must have taken him in. It's not far to the herb woman's place. Maybe I should ask her whether she's seen him.
We'll circle back to that. We definitely want to get the band back together. But for now, priorities. So, once we come here on the map, notice here is the combat arena, basically exactly northeast of that. You're going to come across this thing that says Water Goblin's Treasure. Go down into the water. And then right underneath this little tree, or past the tree, under this little, whatever you call that, boulder. I'm going to go to the back, and then there's a pot. Bam, 125 groschen. Take that shit.
Oh, I can't go any further. It's too deep.
Now, I've done all I need to there. Priorities is Sameen. You'll see why in just a moment. On the way back through, we will also talk to Bozhena. See if Mutt has made an appearance anywhere. So we can go and find our lost boy. Hopefully this motherfucker doesn't wake up and come after us. No, he's gonna be out for good. Oh, let's actually see. He had some good stuff on him. I think I can maybe add to my thing. So that cleric's hood is not in great quality. Neither is the coat or anything really, but it'll at least give us some protection that we didn't have before, even though it's all completely worn down. And see, because we're wearing some damaged armor, that little icon, when it's close to breaking, it'll pop up and let us know. So we know we either need to repair it or put something better on.
Will you help me, Henry?
What? Help you?
Have you seen
I'm just going to ask about the dog right now. We're not going to do anything else with her.
Still alive.
I'm sorry.
We'll come back.
I haven't seen any dogs around.
Oh, Sakra. Do you have any idea where else he might have gone?
If I were a dog, I'd go to where there's food. There are plenty of fishermen around the pond, and they're always throwing out leftovers at the tavern.
Do you think he'd go and steal leftover food?
I don't know much about dogs. He could have run into the woods and started hunting. You wouldn't be the first or the last. There's a whole pack of wolves near Sameen these days. Maybe your dog's gone feral and is running around with them.
Thanks.
Like I said, I'm just going to leave it at that. I know she has more for us. But I don't want too many quest markers up. Like it's already confusing enough with all of this stuff that's not supposed to be there. This should all be kind of blank anywhere in the clouds. But see, notice like Troskowitz has 3 already. Takov has 2. There's another one there. We've got other quests. I don't want to start too many at the same time. Definitely helps to be a little bit concise with stuff like this. Just a tree stump. Scared the shit out of me. Gotta cross a little bit. I don't like being on the main road at this low level. If we get ambushed, I don't think we have the stamina or the armor or the weapons to fight multiple opponents. Maybe one-on-one we would do decent, but we really need something better, which hopefully we'll be able to get right here. And there is Sameen right there. Damn it, what's wrong?
I'm looking for the Takov blacksmith's cart. Have you seen it?
Loads of carts come past here. There's going to be a wedding and they need supplies. Try asking Captain Gnarly. He keeps an eye on supplies. He'll probably be in the courtyard.
Thanks.
And watch yourself when you go into the courtyard.
Why?
We've got some wedding guests from Moravia. They're in pretty high spirits. It's still a while to the wedding.
So basically they're drunk.
Is already getting into the swing of things.
So any spots for easy farming comparable?
I haven't been fornicating.
I wouldn't necessarily say comparable. The problem is if you try to farm a bit too early, before you get all your stats tanked, you pretty much lose everything.
You should have seen him. He went as red as a cardinal's hat.
Maybe some spots around Bojena's. I'd really have to test that area out, see where the boundaries are. I would say maybe there. Maybe something in the tavern as well.
I know.
I haven't been through the intro enough to know for sure, but I'll definitely have something on it.
Look, I'm not from here.
Oh. I didn't give a fuck where you're from. You speak our language, do you not?
Well, Yarko, seems to me this fella doesn't know how to behave toward his pets.
Hang on, that guy's got Henry's drip. A red scarf and the green shirt?
Hands are lacking in manners.
Those are my clothes.
We'll soon fix that.
Ooh, almost got me. Almost. A little too quick for you.
Now you're gonna die.
Am I though?
I'll kill you.
Fucking hell!
Come on. What you got? Nope. Told you, dodging is so much more powerful in this game than it was ever in the first.
This is unbelievable.
In the gob.
The execution Japanese axe for you.
Show the swine.
See, he's hurt now. See how he's hunched over? So he's not going to fight as effectively. His stamina's hurt. His health is low. Woo! Right hook.
Come on.
Ooh!
Oh, you wee blasted! The devil's name is fucking going on here.
Oh. Nothing.
What do you think's going on, Grandad? I'm teaching your people here how we do things. Grandad? Why, Grandad? An old captain like you probably still remember the foot. True enough, Yurko. I am old. And I remember all sorts of things. Like you. When you were a little nipper running around here bare arse with a ribbon in your hair, screaming out how you was Princess Sophie. Poor lad hadn't a moment's peace from his big sisters.
Not a bit that way.
Damn, gnarly.
Who in God's name are you?
Granddad's got jokes.
The Takoff blacksmith sent me. Radovan.
Blacksmith, eh? Then you'll have some explaining to do. Come along and never mind that fool Yurko. Young Samin's getting married, so we has to put up with his kin from Moravia.
We'll be needing a dozen geese. And I must tell Vashek to get 3 pigs ready for slaughter. And the carters will have to be sent to Yetchin to get at least a peck of poppy seed for cakes. And gingerbread spices. Oh, and wine, too.
So that means wearing our outfit in reverse. Has anyone ever seen Family Guy when the evil Stewie had like the reverse of what Stewie was wearing? So like his shirt and breeches were flipped. He has like the reverse of ours, a green hood with a red shirt.
Oh, excellent.
That could be for evil
leave us
Henry
now.
playthrough,
Just
you know?
Make sure that there's plenty of everything so long as it doesn't cost too much.
But, sir...
Not another word! Leave us!
He's a grumpy old man. Why is everyone in this town? Is this town like Florida?
So Radovan
It's just nothing but
sent
old
you
people?
alone. Who's going to unload it all? It's a whole cartload.
Yeah, Radovan sent me, sir, but not with the goods. The thing is, he's missing his cart, along with the carter in his hands.
What?
It's like a retirement village.
They never came here. Are you telling me they got lost?
I'm not telling you anything. I don't
tell
know.
you what happened to them, sir, but it's my job to find them.
There are all sorts of vermin roaming the countryside.
Oh, no
so-
need to imagine the worst right off, gnarly. Anyway, I need the load from that cart, so saddle up your old nag and we'll ride out, Captain. I could do with a breath of fresh air. I've had it up to the eyeballs with counting geese and pies.
What about Henry here, sir?
Well, what about him?
We could use an extra pair of hands. You know how my shoulder's acting up. Yurko is shit-faced. And your son...
The older has work to do. All right, take Henry with you if you want. Just so long as he doesn't slow us down.
Thank you, sir.
So, Elabab, this is still the review code. I'm still waiting on my collector's edition, which gets here today. This is still the review copy that I was given, so it's not the gold edition with the Gallant Hunters. Tomorrow, I plan to be playing on mine, and that should have the Gallant Huntsman kit and the extra quests. So, yes, I did, just not yet. For some reason, my collector's edition, instead of arriving yesterday, which it should have, I got the notification that it's actually now coming today. And I wanted to stream it day one, which is what I promised everyone. So we're here, but unfortunately, this is still the review copy.
Yeah.
I'll be glad to help you.
You wonder what Hans is doing? I could tell you.
Can't manage on our own.
But I'm not going to.
No.
I know exactly what he's doing. I know exactly where he is.
Take it easy, son.
But I'm not going to spoil it for you, Jess.
By the way, the fellas at the gate say you came here on foot.
Yeah, I did.
Christ above. And how are you going to ride with us? On the back of my saddle? You're a bit big for that, ain't you? And I'm a bit too old.
Aw, come on.
Actually, that's what I was expecting. How would I ride otherwise?
Let me go on.
You'd walk, unless you can get yourself a horse.
Those don't come cheap.
Apple Students Bundle. I don't know what comes with the Apple Students Bundle.
Lad. Our groom brought in a grey nag not long ago. Tell him you've got to ride out with us, and he'll give it to you for a decent price.
All right.
We've got a bot in Twitch. I know. I'm sorry about the sound. And there it is.
Actually, there is something I'd like to ask about.
Gotcha.
I'd like to go and see that wedding.
Wouldn't we all, lad? And what would you do there?
Obviously I'd flirt with the girls.
Drink my fill and check out the local maidens.
I hope Lord Samin didn't hear you. What? He'd be none too pleased to hear you want to take part in such a grand affair, just to stuff your face and roll an A with some drunken wench.
What else do you do at a wedding?
But that's what most fellas go to weddings for.
That's an unspoken truth, son. Unspoken, mind.
Unspoken?
Anyways, you're right.
I feel like that's all guys talk about.
He'll be coming to the wedding. He's making a wedding gift for the groom. Stick with him, and maybe he'll take you with him.
Okay.
And you, sir? What is it you do?
Well, son, I wonder if I haven't made a mistake about you. If you haven't figured me out by now, you can't be very bright.
No, I just meant what exactly is it you do for Lord Semin? And your name isn't exactly very common.
I'm the captain here, and I'm sure I don't have to tell you what a captain does. As for my name, it's a nickname Lord Samin's grandpa gave me. May he rest in peace. When I joined his service as a young fella, I took my gnarly club with me. Wouldn't use anything else. I was used to it. And more than once helped me to, well, win an argument. I broke many a hard skull with it. And it's still in one piece. We've been together so long, we even share the same name.
You're lucky you didn't turn out to be Captain Knob.
Or Captain Headcracker. You're right.
This Yurko and his mates, who are they?
They're Lord Samin's kin. They're fine as long as they don't get too much booze inside them.
Only they're from Moravia, so they're never far from the booze.
But what can I tell you, lad? Each to himself. Besides, they stick with the family when push comes to shove. And you can't say that about everyone.
I'd like to go and see that wedding.
Wouldn't we all, lad? And what would you do there?
I'd eat and drink my fill and check out the local maidens.
I hope Lord Samin didn't
No,
hear
still.
you.
Why do we say the same thing?
Pardon, Captain.
Anyways, stick with him.
Okay, that's kind of weird. Oh wait, we already did that one. That's why.
We should probably.
It was still white, so I thought we hadn't picked
But
it
it's
yet.
getting pretty late. We need daylight for a search like that. Come back in the morning and we'll set out. If you want, stay here. You'll get a bit of grub in the kitchen and you can sleep in the barn.
Ooh, that is king-like treatment right there. So we've got a game save. This is why it's worth going to the blacksmith early and doing this quest early. I'm about to show. I want your outfit. Like your whole thing. So let's head on over here to the stables. And look who we've got.
Wait, that's my Pebbles, my girl. I thought they killed you down by that pond.
There she is. Where is... There's the groom.
What do you want here, you scoundrel?
Oh,
Why
you
did you
bastard.
barge in here?
Scoundrel.
That grey horse you have grazing here is mine.
What do you mean, yours? I bought it fair and square. I
No,
admit
you
it
didn't.
was only for a few groschen from some suspicious lad who found it down by the Rock Tower Pond, but that horse is not branded, so it belongs to me now.
I think we might be able to talk
You know
him
they
into it.
attacked an entourage by that pond, right?
I heard about it. That news spread through the land like wildfire.
And the one who sold it to you told you he found it by the pond, right?
Well, he did, aye.
So it's not entirely impossible she belonged to me.
Maybe not impossible, but I paid for her.
Aye, but just a few groschen. You said so yourself. Wouldn't you rather be in the good graces of someone who might have been part of that expedition?
Maybe so. All right, I'll give her to you. But you owe me one. Go and get her then. If she remembers you, she might even come when you whistle for her.
There we go.
Safe travels. What are you whistling for?
For my horse. And we got our pebbles. Now, I will say, everyone knows my sheer hatred of pebbles. But this time around, the only inkling I'll give is it's actually worth keeping her. Because of something that happens once you have her for long enough. But there we go. We've got our basic horse stack on pebbles. We've got our horse. And that is why you want to go to the blacksmith first. The ride controls are also different. So instead of holding down like the circle button like you would before, you actually just have to spur it once. And then you can adjust the speed. So
Nice and
just
slow.
this is a walk. Then we can also do like a little canter. And then like a full-blown sprint. But you can't do the sprint inside of towns. You have to be out in the open in order to do it. So here we can only kind of trot. But then once we get out into the open world,
Go!
now we can actually
Go!
let it rip. Here we go.
Quick!
The gang is slowly coming back together.
God!
But we're not done just yet. There is something else that I want to do while we're here. So we'll go ahead and leave Pebbles out here in the courtyard. And I had mentioned
Greetings to you.
Greetings.
Greetings to you.
I want this motherfucker's drip. So we do have the option to knock him out.
Good day.
But I don't want to do it here in the middle of town. We need to get away with it. So we're going to disguise ourselves. We're going to pretend to be that we're just drinking here, just chilling, till that motherfucker goes to bed.
God grant you health.
Greetings to you, friend.
And then we strike. Is he just going to stay here all night? Uh-oh. Might be in trouble. Oh god, they do. It's nighttime. Remember to carry a torch. Well, I can't equip a torch while I'm sitting. Maybe I can. Maybe I just have to do it when I stand.
Greetings to you.
There we go. So now at least we have a torch. When do those guys go to bed? Oh my god, never? Am I never just gonna see those clothes? Come on, it's midnight. Surely. Those bunch of drunks. Oh my god. Okay, no. Oh, my plan has gone to hell. Alright, well, he did say we could sleep in the barn. Let's go sleep in the barn, I guess. And we can get some food. Bread roll, steel. What about the kitchen? Where's the kitchen that we can get food at? We're gonna be quite hungry.
Don't cause any trouble. Got it?
God be with you.
Where the hell is this damn kitchen Gnarly was telling us about? Is this it? Oh, they locked it? You bunch of peasants, how am I supposed to eat then? Nope, I gotta steal that too. Alright, well, we're stealing from this outside table then. He offers me food and then takes it away. What an Indian giver. Let's see. Put the torch out so we don't get seen. Huh? Let's eat it. 61 nourishment. Oh, and this stuff is starting to go bad. Let's go ahead and eat some of this stuff. We might get minor food poisoning. But since we're about to sleep, that shouldn't be a big deal. And we didn't. Seems to be kind of random. Some items give you food poisoning, others don't really. I don't know if it's just like a low chance of doing it or what, but... Let's see, very hard there. Sleep and save, this is going to be our bed. Get some rest, maybe until, let's say, 6 in the morning. Can't sleep the full night, because they do set off early. Looks like we're actually a bit early. What time did they say they set off? I thought they said at first light. Let's get some of these off that we don't need at the moment.
A nag like this couldn't have cost more than 10 gross and a stale loaf of bread.
Shut up, Cook Dorothy. He's a beautiful horse, okay? People are going to talk a lot of shit when you have Pebbles. They're like, what a cheap old nag. It's fucking hilarious. So the more your horse is worth, the more people are going to like admire it. But if it's shitty, they just like talk all sorts of bad shit. And right now, Pebbles is only worth 180, and that's because we've got horse stack on him. Oh my god, the level of comedy that you'll see people have when you ride Pebbles around can't be overstated. Pebbles is the best. Not according to the general populace. They fucking hate him. There we go. Okay. So we can now ride out on the mission with Gnarly and Lord Semin. However, before we do that, I'm going to call it here for the day. We've got Pebbles back. We've got a nice starting thing with everything. I want to save all the missions for tomorrow, all the quests, because like I said, I still need to download my version that I'm going to be doing this entire run through, which should be getting here any minute. Don't trust her. Sell the nag now. I'm not going to sell Pebbles for a good reason this time around. Trust me, you have to be part of this journey. I would be the first one to agree with you to sell Pebbles right away. I would be the first one. Trust me. Jess knows my hatred for Pebbles runs deep. But this time around, she's worth holding on to. Let's go to just chatting right here. So, yeah, I'm going to call it here for today. I do plan to stream every day this week. Honestly, I'll probably be streaming most of the entire month. So, it's a little bit of a cliffhanger ending, because here's the other thing. I've never actually done this quest. Every single time I've missed this quest. In both runs I've done, I don't know what happens here. So, this is going to be one of those that I'm going to experience for the first time with all of you. And I do have some stuff that I need to get done today. And we're at about 5 hours already. And I'm quite hungry. So I'm going to go and get me some food. And we'll be back tomorrow. Same time. Same place. I will continue this run until it's over, okay? But hopefully you guys enjoyed it. This is day one. It's, you know, we've already got a pretty good start. We've got, you know, kind of shitty armor. We've got our pebbles back. Next stream, we're going to do this. We're going to go looking for mutt. We gotta gather the troops. We got to get everyone back together. So, yeah, that'll do it for today. For everyone that stopped in, hung out, chatted with me, hung out, thank you so much. Glenn, Doc, Jess, Darnix, hey, what's going on? Played the basic KTD, first time seeing KCD2. It is pretty sick. Glenn, Elabav, thank you so much for stopping in. Really appreciate it. This game hopefully is selling like hotcakes. Hopefully everyone that's bought it is enjoying it. Because yeah, it really is something fantastic. Really is. So once again, thank you all so much for stopping in. We'll see you tomorrow. Oh, Michael, yes, Michael McGregor. Thank you for stopping in, buddy. Really appreciate it. But till then, we'll see y'all then, all right? Bye-bye.